Welcome to match number 26 in SPL 2026. The Micoud Eagles versus the Mon Repos Pioneers. And let's go to the toss.
Good evening and welcome to match number 26 here in the north at the Francis Barber Lastic grounds in Grosley for an encounter between two teams from the east, the Mon Repos Pioneers and the Micoud Eagles, a rivalry that always presents an interesting competition, and tonight we can expect the same. We are about to take the toss, and joining me out in the middle are the two captains, Shadrach Descat of the Mon Repos Pioneers, Mervyn Wells of the Micoud Eagles, match referee John Calix, and umpire Roylene Cooper. And the coin will be presented to Mervyn Wells. Maybe this. Heads. Heads is a call. And a tails it is, confirmed by the match referee. So, Mervyn Wells, you won the toss here this evening. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bat first. We just want to come out there and just put a total over 200 and try to defend it.
You need one win to confirm your spot in that top four. What do you need to ensure that you do right there this evening to get that win and not leave it until tomorrow?
Yeah, we just want to play relax. We know how crucial this game is. You know, each player inside the dressing room know what to do. So we just want to come out victorious tonight and play good cricket.
Any changes to your 11?
Ted Jonas coming in for Keegan Arnold.
All right, all the best in tonight's encounter. And just a word with you, Shadrach. You've lost the toss here this evening. If you had won, what would you have done and why?
We have definitely bowled. I don't think the toss decide the game. At the end of the day, it's what you do best.
Any changes to your 11 this evening?
Just one change. Zanaki comes in for Jonathan.
You looked a rejuvenated side in your last encounter, which unfortunately ended abruptly. What's the word in the camp to ensure that the guys are ready for tonight's encounter?
Hopefully I see the guys coming to this game with lots of confidence. The energy is good in the camp, so we just want to carry that energy into the game and play our best game.
All right, all the best in tonight's encounter.
Thank you.
So there you have it. The news at the middle is that the Micoud Eagles, they've won the toss and elected to bowl first. We're going to have a look at the playing surface. We just had an encounter in which we saw 203 being scored in the first innings, but it was not easy going early on because there was some moisture in the surface, but all of that has dried down. So we could expect that the new ball will come through a lot better in the power play, and the batsmen would get full value for their stroke play. The bowlers, they would really need to think about their plans. The field settings will be crucial. Fielding under the lights is not easy, so keep an eye out for that as well.
So good evening again, and here you have it, the toss between the Eagles and the Mon Repos Pioneers. Certainly the abandoned match last night really would have hurt the cause of the Pioneers, because at this point they can only finish, I think, on 8 points. So it will be difficult for them to qualify, because there are quite a number of teams that are ahead, at least 4 teams ahead of them in the point standing. So certainly the Eagles, they could advance their cause tonight if they could pull off a victory, but they still have 2 games in hand, and they certainly would need to win one of those, the 2 games left. Yeah, so the Micoud Eagles, they are on 9 points, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, having played 6 games, they are on 5 points. So 3 additional points can only get them to 8, which would be insufficient because you already have 4 teams ahead of them. The City Blasters, they are on 16 points. The Super Titans, who just won a short while ago, they are on 12. They have played the full quota of 7 games. The Micoud Eagles, the Still Grizzly Knights, they have played 6 and they are on 9 points, so they could get to 12 if they with a win tomorrow. But even with the 9 points, that should assure them of a place in the 4. And we also have Micoud Eagles, like I said, who have played 5 with 2 left. So 1 this evening and 1 tomorrow. So 1 more additional win would certainly can get them up to perhaps second place. So definitely the contest this evening for the Pioneers, it's basically a dead rubber. But for the Micoud Eagles, there's still quite a lot at stake. And we witnessed the earlier games where the Titans, they got to 203 runs. So one would expect that this game would be of a high scoring game. We saw last night the match that was abandoned. The first team, they got to 194 it was.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for game time at 8:15. And due to the late start, we are going to forego the lineup and head right into the match. And as the teams get ready to take the field, I encourage all fans to applaud their team when they come out. With your hands, now with your hands. This is FPL T20. It's nothing cricket. Listen to the fans. We taking wickets and we scoring on the runs. It's a party while we play. SPL, it's a party every day. SPL, it's a party while we play. SPL, it's a party
And welcome back to the.
Our game tonight, the Micoud Eagles taking on the Mon Repos Pioneers.
And welcome back to the Francis Baba Lastic ground in Grosley, where we are about to see the contest between the Micoud Eagles. They are taking on the Mon Repos Pioneers. And with me is Joseph Sentmath. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening, Greg, and good evening, listeners and viewers. And we are in for a good game between these two teams this evening.
Yes, certainly the chances of the Pioneers advancing to the last four was seriously hampered last night with the power outage we had. The game was deemed an abandoned game, and 1 point was awarded to each team, and that certainly affected the chances of the Pioneers team to advance into the last four. But the Eagles, they are sitting pretty on 9 points, so they are in the top four as it stands at this point. They could enhance their chance. They could get to possibly 15 points if they can win the last two games. So it looks like Nathaniel Joseph will be taking on the attack. So we'll get the teams in a while. And this one up in the air.
So it's Nathaniel Joseph to bowl to Dominic Ogis. Here he comes, bowls to Ogis, and Ogis is that uppishly, but it will elude the man at wideish long off and goes into the boundary for four. So another uppish shot being played by the batsman, but this time it went into the boundary for four. So the score moves on to 5 without loss. As I welcome back Greg Wilson.
Good shot there by Dominic Ogis on this occasion, choosing the aerial route and getting himself 4 runs. So he has opened his boundary account. So Joseph to continue. And this one is short and it is pulled over the mid-wicket region. And the fielder was interested for a moment, Joe, but it went over the head of Kobe Fontedel. And a maximum there. So 2 consecutive boundaries there by Dominic Ogis.
Yeah, good shot by Ogis, and Nathaniel Joseph pitching shot, and Ogis was into his wicket in a flash and hitting that high and long over the deep mid-wicket area for 6. So good shot by Ogis.
So Nathaniel 11 from 3 deliveries. Much better line. Brings it on the front foot. Just opens the face towards the point region. And Sabinus Emmanuel comes off the boundary. Restrict them to 1. So 12 so far in the first 4 deliveries. Good enough start by the Micoud Eagles.
Yes, good start by them. And Dominic Ogis is looking good. He's hitting the ball clean. And Mervyn Wells, the captain, will want to stay there with him to build a good partnership and a good platform.
Certainly the last game, Wells had a good half century for his team. This one just standing tall, punches it into the short cover region where Nitrom field. There's no run. So Joseph certainly would want to end the over on a good note, having considered a 4 and a 6 already, some 12 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries. So he would want to finish with a dot ball or even better, a wicket. And this one outside the off stump. Moving Wells just allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. So good end to the over, but a good productive over for the Micoud Eagles.
Yeah, the Micoud Eagles, they will be very happy with this first over. Bowled by Nathaniel Joseph. As you said, they got a 4 and a 6 in the over by Dominic Ogis. And so they will want to continue. And they will want to build a good partnership so that they can launch an attack in the last few overs. But at the moment, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will have other ideas and they will want to make a breakthrough as quick as possible.
So the team quickly, Mervyn Wells, Dominic Ogis, Samuel Charles, Kyron Phillip, Ron Lesmore, Mulan Sami, Hazel Shallery, Siobhan Leo, Sanjay Pamphil, Ted Jonas, and Gavin Sterry. So it looks from the northern end, it's going to be number 57. Looks like Shadrach Descat, who the Pioneers, Joe, would be very happy to have him back into the team. Certainly, he would strengthen them in all 3 departments, with the ball, with the bat, and certainly in the field. But it looks like is Keon Gastor, and last evening we saw Keon Gastor bowling for the first time in the tournament. So that certainly would enhance the Pioneers bowling, because as you know, for the earlier part of the tournament, he was not featured as a bowler. He played primarily as a batsman. But from last night we saw him being fit enough to bowl, although he was on the expensive side. So Gaston to take up the attack from the southern end, and piece of delivery there to Ogis, who drives this one towards the long off region where Shadrach Descat comes around and does the field and restrict them to just 1. So with that, the score moves on to 13. And Dominic Ogis 12 from 4. So he has started well. So we have a left-right combination. Dominic Ogis being the left-hander. So with Wells on strike now, the field had to change. This one angling down the leg side, and the keeper John Benjamin unable to come across quickly enough. Actually, leg by signal by umpire John Maffrey. So Gaston just straight down the leg side and conceding 4 leg byes in the process.
Yeah, so Gaston will want to bowl a more off-stump line. So he gave 4 bonus runs there to the Micoud Eagles.
So he has a 6 free field, 6 on the offside. Again, this one is angled down the leg side and called wide by umpire Mafre. So Keon Gaston. One may attribute that to be a bit rusty, one would say. Might be bowling in practice, but it's a different proposition when you're out in a match situation. And this one again angling into the pads of Wales, unable to capitalize on this occasion, but it would result into a leg bye. So certainly Joseph Map will see a number of the deliveries from Keon Gaston seems to be angling down the leg side, at least 3 of the 4 deliveries bowled so far.
Yeah, I think at the point of delivery, he's falling away. He's not staying upright.
So again, a change in the field. The left-hander Ogis is on strike. And this one is the lofted drive over the long on region for 6. So Dominic Ogis certainly in a no-nonsense move this evening. Nice juicy half volley outside the Awesome, and he just split through the line of the delivery and deposited this one over the long on boundary for 6.
Good shot by Dominic Ogis. And that one was in the slot. And he said, thank you very much, and hitting it over long on for 6. So Dominic Ogis and moving Wells, they will want to stay there as long as possible because it's a very good pitch. The ball is coming through and you can play through the line. And we must commend the groundsmen at all the free venues for producing good pitches, Greg Wilson.
Yeah, certainly. We've had some good scores in practically all the matches. I think, as you did indicate, the bowlers are really put under tremendous pressure, especially here at the Lastic ground. The straight boundaries are short and you have a very quick outfield. So the margin for error here, is very small. So Gaston to continue. Better line delivery, back of a length, crumping Ogis for room. A bit of bounce on this occasion.
A better delivery by Gaston, and the batsman could do no more but to just play the ball behind him, and the keeper collected, and there was no runs. But we had 2 5-wickets all here. Joshua Mon took 6, and Mashalvi will add 5 in the last game. Yeah.
So Gaston to continue. And this one short. And Dominic Ogis certainly should have done more with this one, but perhaps the ball got onto him much quicker than anticipated. So good end to the over there by Gaston after he was struck for a maximum. So 25 for 2. So the Eagles, they are going at 12.5.
Good run rate by the Eagles, and they will want to continue to stay in that region or go higher in terms of the run rate. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to make the breakthrough as quick as possible to really get back into the game. But at the moment, the Eagles, they are just in front.
So it looks like Nathaniel to continue. First over, he considered some 12 runs. Certainly would want a much improved over. And this one wide outside the off stump and signal wide by the umpire. So the Pioneers opening bowlers usually seem to be struggling a bit in terms of their line.
Yes, they are not bowling well, so they will want to correct that quickly.
Joseph to continue. Much better delivery brings Wells in defense. Plays it back to the bowler. So much better line, much better length on this occasion.
Perfect delivery. And the batsman had no chance of freeing his arms. He just had to play a defensive shot. So Nathaniel Joseph will want to continue bowling in good areas.
And this one looking for the shot over the long on region. Ball coming off the thickish edge over the head of Craig Emmanuel at slip and down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So a fortuitous boundary for Mervyn Wells. But like they say, when you go hard.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And he took the outside edge and flew over the tall figure of Craig Emmanuel in the slips and down to the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary for the Eagles, and they continue to pile on the runs.
So now move on to 30 in just 2.2 overs. And this time around it is struck beautifully through the covers, bisecting the short cover and the man at the mid-off region. And it has raced into the boundary for 4. So on this occasion, nice juicy half volley outside the off stump.
And when Mervyn Wells is in this type of form, he will not let off. And that was a beautiful shot by him. Everything was just perfect. Head over the ball, elbows cock, and he drove swiftly through the extra cover region for a lovely shot by Mervyn Wells, and he's looking dangerous.
Certainly he would be beaming with confidence. Had a solid half century in his last game here. And this one outside the off stump looks to cut towards the backward point region, but finds Craig Emmanuel, who dives to his right and certainly saved 3 runs for his team.
Magnificent stop there by Craig Emmanuel, rolling back the years there. Shot outside the off stump, and Mervyn Wells getting on top of it and cutting it. But as we said, Craig Emmanuel making a very good stop and saving 3 runs. So good cricket all around.
So 10 runs in the over so far. The Eagles, they are going at 13.12. Good strike rate in the power play. Ogis 18 from 7. And this one wide outside the off stump. And I think Nathaniel may have gotten away with this one. Or it was perhaps just on the line. But good wide yorker by Nathaniel.
Yeah, good bowling by Nathaniel, and as you indicated, it was just on the line. Just on the line. So yes. Good umpiring there.
Yeah, good call by the umpire. And this one, he flashes at this one and it goes all the way for 6. So provided the whiff outside the off stump, and it was over half volley length and really threw the bat at it very hard. And as we have seen from them, when they go hard, these 2 batters, and they travel all the way over the footman boundary for 6. So not a good end to the over there by Nathaniel Joseph, considering some 16 runs in the over.
Yeah, so good shot there by Dominic Ogis. He had the whiff and he went very hard on the ball, taking the outside edge and flying over the wideish footman area for 4. So a good start by the Micoud Eagles. They are flying high. They are 41 without loss after just 3 overs. So they are enjoying this game at the moment, and the Mon Repos Pioneers will want to see the back of one of these batsmen in a hurry.
Yeah, well, the Eagles certainly they have all to play for. One not certain as to how motivated the Pioneers would be out there, knowing that a win will still not take them through at this stage, but they have to do what they have to do, and one would expect them to be competitive out there. But certainly from what we've seen in the opening spell, the bowlers certainly are not putting the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, they are not threatening at all, and the batsmen are taking full toll of the loose deliveries. The Mervyn Wells and Dominic Ogis, they are going great guns, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are under a lot of pressure.
So it looks like, well, we've had a lull in proceedings there for a while. But certainly the Eagles, they are the one enjoying the better of the exchange out in the middle at this point. Really off to a flyer, 41 of just 3. And look like the captain, Descartes, will introduce himself into the attack. Last night we saw both him and Gaston, they were bowling 1 over spell. And it may very well be the case again this evening. We saw Gaston bowl the 2nd over. And now Descartes is coming in for the 4th. So he'll be bowling to Wells. And this one is firmly driven, not a man move. This one race across the ground for 4. To me, that's the best we have seen so far this evening, Joe.
What a superb shot by Wells. And that's the moving Wells of old. That was a graceful shot. Shadrach pitching that in the slot and moving Wells, coming forward and driving elegantly through the covers for 4. Magnificent shot. And he looks in ominous form.
Yes, certainly ominous form indeed. And like I said, he certainly would be coming on the back of a half century in his last game here. So he would be beaming if confident. And this one, short delivery, just gets on top of it. Place it towards the short backward square region. 1 run resulting. So they inching closer to the half century. 46 now. And Wells, he's gone to 15 of 11. But Dominic August, 24 from 9. So the Eagles will be very much pleased with the start that they have gotten. So August, the 2 out, a man at the mid wicket and the point boundary. These are the 2 boundary riders. And this one again, he has gone straight long over the head of the bowler and out of the park for 6. So anything in the slot, Joseph Mav, Dominic August is presenting the full pace of the batter. He's just playing through the line of the ball, and a good indication of how through the wicket is as well. And with that 6, the Eagles, they have brought up their 50. They move on to 52 without loss. Superb shot there by Dominic August.
The Eagles, they have had a flying start. And Dominic August, he looks in dangerous form also on the 2. Really causing carnage to the Mon Repos Pioneers bowlers. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to get a breakthrough as quick as possible. But these 2 will want to continue the carnage and give the team a good score.
Yeah, the Eagles certainly had a slow start this year. And clever shot again. Short. And August just using the pace and the bounce of Shadrach Descartes over the short keeper, Gian Benjamin. And it has gone down to the boundary for 4. So good intelligent batting there by Dominic August.
Great batting by August. The previous delivery was spunk over the bowler's head for 6. And this one a short delivery. And he just uppercutting it down to the boundary for 4. So good intelligent batting, as you said, by Dominic August. And they're looking very threatening, these 2.
So already 15 of the first 4 deliveries there by Shadrach Descartes. Like I said, the Mon Repos team, Joe, they are really flat out in the outfield. Nobody is really cheering each other. There's no form of encouragement. So it looks like a case where they're just going for the motion. Like I said, the Paps not really motivated in that game, knowing that it is a dead rubber for them. And they're just going for the motion. They are here because they're supposed to be here. But I don't think they really want to be here.
Yes, well said, Greg. And they know they're out, but as you said, they have to do what they have to do. But at the moment, the Eagles, they're really putting the pressure on them.
And this one is again. Lofted drive over the long on boundary for 6. So very expensive over there by Shadrach Descat. Some 21 runs coming off the over Josenma.
Another good shot by Dominic Ogis. Descat pitching it in the slot, and Ogis just going for the shot and hitting it over long on for a big 6. So Mervyn Wells and Dominic Ogis, they really put in the Mon Repos Pioneers bowlers to the sword.
Yeah, so after 4, they're going at 15.5. So good ball striking there by Despair. And Dominic Ogis, we have seen in the tournament, he have had some decent starts, getting into the 20s, getting into the 40s, and getting out. He has not gone on to register a really big total for his team. And here at the Baba Lastic Ground, it's a venue that he would have been training with. He has played with the Grozile team for the longest while, so he's very familiar with conditions out here. So certainly with the sort of start that we see from him this evening, 40 or 40, one would hope that he could go on and get a big one this evening.
Yeah, the way he's going there, I am not seeing why that he cannot get 100. He's really hitting that ball clean. And so from Mick Wiggles, from a standpoint, they will want him to stay there and score a century.
And certainly a victory, like I said, this evening. They're already there, almost certain of being in the top 4. But if they could register a convincing win there this evening, that certainly would serve them in good stead going into the back end of the tournament. Because momentum is a lot when you're going in to the knockout stage of the tournament.
Well said. Winning is a habit, losing is a habit.
So it looked like Zanaki Louis is going to take up the attack from the northern end. This one short, cut towards the backward point, but straight to Sabina Simanuel. So a decent start by Zanaki with all the carnage we saw in the last over. This one outside the off stump, but coming back, Mervyn Wells allow it to go through, thinking it would have been a wide, but it came back. So 2 dot balls so far, wide again, and on this occasion, signal wide by the umpire. And this one short, and it is pulled towards the cow corner region, and it races into the boundary for 4. So on this occasion, short, long hop, giving Mervyn Wells enough time to pick his gap. And this one cuts, doesn't feel cleanly there, feel at the backward point region. They're able to scamper through for a single. So with that, the score moves on to 67 without loss. So a decent over so far by Zanaki Louis, despite being struck for a boundary already. You certainly would want to continue the balance of the over, try to finish on a good note, because Mon Repos can ill afford the sort of bleeding we saw from the captain Shadrach Descat in the last over. And talking about finishing well, not when Dominic Ogis is batting. This one was again in the slot, and he just carved this one over the long off region, out of the park actually for 6. So this moves him to 46, 4 runs away, what would be a well-deserved half century.
Yeah, good shot again by Dominic Ogis. Zanaki Louis just pitching just outside the off stump, and Ogis going at the shot over long off, wideish long off for 6. So No stopping Dominic Ogis and Mervyn Wells, the Micoud Eagles. They're really putting the Mon Repos Pioneers under a lot of pressure.
Certainly. We are into the 5th over, and the Eagles, they are soaring real high, 74 without loss. Certainly one of the best power play that they have enjoyed so far in the tournament. So Dominic Ogis 4 short of a half century. And this one wide down the leg side, too wide that Ogis did not even attempt a shot. So certainly Zanaki Louis is feeling the pressure. And this one is high and hard. Is it going to go all the way? Possibility of a catch? Oh, and the fielder actually fell before he got to the ball. So the possibility, not sure whether it went for 6 or 4 runs indicated by the, so 4 signaled by the umpire. And a possibility of a catch, Joe, but the fielder somehow tripped and fell before he got to the ball, and the ball just trickled into the boundary of four. So good half century there by Dominic Ogis. 50 of just 15 deliveries.
Yeah, good shot. Good 50 by Dominic Ogis. And a blistering knock by Ogis. And his team, the Micoud Eagles, will want him to continue. And Mervyn Wells, the captain, is there with him, is also looking good. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are really under a lot of pressure. And I think the man with the golden arm, so Sabinus Emmanuel, has been introduced into the attack from our end.
Yes, Sabinus, he has picked up a few wickets in the tournament, but he is known more for his batting. But this year we have seen him being entrusted with the ball. We first saw him in Swazel. And since then, we have seen him given a chance to do a bit of bowling.
But before that, I saw him at the Mindufle Park.
So Sabina Simmeral to take up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Wells. And this one is just clip off the pad. 3 bounces into the ropes now. So not the best of start for Sabinus Emmanuel. And again, Wells realizing that there was no one in the mid-wicket region, just clipped this one and got himself 4 runs. So Wells continuing to motor on. And this one up in the air, possibly have a catch, and is out. Disappointing start there to Mervyn Wells. Ball outside the off stump. And again, as you indicate, the man with the golden arm looking for that lofted drive. And he found Sadrak Deska just on the edge of the circle at the mid-off region. So a soft dismissal for Mervyn Wells. Just what the doctor would have ordered for the Pioneers. And again, the man with the golden arm has come in and he has effected the breakthrough.
A good wicket to get at this point, because Mervyn Wells and Dominic Ogis, they were going at great guns. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they wanted a breakthrough, and they got it with the introduction of Sabinus Emmanuel. And he made the breakthrough for them. So they are very happy to see the back of Wells.
So Samuel Charles will be making his way. So I'll look at the replay again. Certainly the ball was there in the slot, but I guess he did not make proper contact on that occasion. And the ball went to Shadrach Descat, who certainly did not make the same mistake he did last evening. We saw him drop a real sitter on the long on boundary, but this evening he really pouched this one really comfortable. So 83 for the loss of 1. Still in the power play. So the Eagles would be very much happy with the start they have gotten there. Yes, they would have wanted the captain to go on a bit longer, but they still have the set batsman in Dominic Ogis. And with the sort of start that we have seen from him, one would expect, or one would hope that he could bat for a long period. And first delivery there by Samuel Charles driven was the mid-on region. Scamper through for a single, so he will be happy to get off the mark. So with the left-handed batsman, Ogis on strike now, changing the field. We have the 2 outs would be Gaston on the long off and the cover boundary. And this one, he clips it off the pad into the square leg region. Is going to race into the boundary for 4. So bad bowling there by Sabinas Emmanuel, sorry, with a 6 triple, angling this one into the pads. So it was very easy picking there for Ogis.
Yes, and Sabinas Emmanuel, he'll want to bowl a more off-stump line to Ogis, but Ogis is in very good form, and anything loose, well, he will pounce on it, and that's exactly what he did.
This one is driven, but straight to Descat at the wideish mid-off. And this one is clipped off the pads over the wide long on region for 6. So again, good execution there by Dominic Ogis. Sabinas Emmanuel just straight into the pads slightly and did not need a second invitation, just playing for the line. So good execution there by Dominic Ogis.
Good batting by Ogis. And he's continuing with the onslaught. He himself and Mervyn Wells, they had a good partnership, and Mervyn Wells was the first to go, but Dominic Ogis is continuing, and as I said, he has a very good chance of scoring 100, and so let's see if he can get it. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to see the back of Dominic Ogis.
So certainly a good power play there for the Eagles. 94. So it looks like it's going to be a change of bowling at the northern end. McDonald looks like going to take up the attack from the northern end. This one short outside the off stump, plays at it and gets the outside edge. And Benjamin stretching to his right but unable to get the gloves to it. And it goes down to the boundary for 4. So not the best of start by McDonald, but Samuel Charles can consider himself a bit lucky that Benjamin did not get a hand to this one.
Yeah, not a good delivery, but Benjamin, not being a tall keeper, probably could not get to it, but a welcome boundary for the Eagles.
This one, batsman just shoulders arms, allow the ball to go through to the wicket keeper. Not too often we see that happening in T20 cricket. just caresses it towards the backward point boundary where Sabina Simanuel does the filling. So the Eagles, they've realized that they can do a bit of consolidation at this point. They are up to a flyer. The current rate 15.23. So they can't afford to push a few deliveries around. No need to continue going helter-skelter because the field restrictor has been lifted. August 60 from just 18 deliveries. This one is turned into the short square leg region. Scamper through for a singular. Sabina Simanuel came in very quickly, had a shy at the non-striker's end. Could have been a close call there for Dominic Hogis. But good communication between the two. And he's just indicated to Samuel Charles that McDonald seems to be pulling a few cutters. This one wide outside the off stump, just looking to fun at it. Play and a miss, so good over so far there by McDonald. 6 runs considered. Considered a 4 for his very first ball, but has pulled things back nicely for his team. Just 2 runs afterwards. Last delivery. And this one just a loose full toss outside the off stump. Plays it into the extra cover region. They're gone for one, and the throw, not the best of throw, ricochet of the pads of the wicket keeper, but the batsmen, they were alert enough to come through for a second run. So in the context of the game, good awareness there for these two, but also the Eagles in this over Joseph map, they have brought up their 100. So 100 in 7 overs, very good going.
Yes, good platform set there by the Micoud Eagles batsmen. And so they will want to continue piling the runs and get something in the region of around 210 to 20 to put the Pioneers under pressure. But the Pioneers will have other ideas and they will want to make further inroads into the Micoud Eagles batting.
So it looked like Gaston coming back for one of those 1 over spell. First over considered some 8 runs. And this one flashes hard at this one outside the off stump. The ball goes past the outstretched hand of the man at the short foot man and races into the boundary for 4. So again, not the best of start for Keon Gaston, but Dominic Ogis is going and is going hard.
Yeah, ball outside the off stump and he had the whiff. And he went hard, the ball going to the left of the keeper and to the right of the man at short footman and down to the boundary for 4. So Dominic Ogis continuing to score the runs at a rapid pace.
65 of 20. And this one is coming in our direction. Certainly this one was heading straight to us. And in fact, we were in serious danger. This one was heading straight, but struck just above my head and went back to the field. So Dominic Ogis certainly had us in a bit of danger. Good shot nevertheless. Good lofted drive.
And he's looking very dangerous indeed.
This one, short delivery, looking to pull it towards the mid-wicket region. Unable to get back to ball. But Keon De Gasto again being on the expensive side this evening. First 2 deliveries are 4 and a 6. 112 for the loss of 1, and we're just in the We are in the 8th over. .71 is the score of Dominic. A wide signal by umpire. Score moves on to 113.
And really and truly, the Micoud Eagles, they are flying high, and the Pioneers, they need 1 or 2 more wickets to get back into the game. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they have their noses in front. Another delivery outside the off stump, and Ogis did not capitalize, and he's annoyed with himself, and the ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So Mervyn Wells 24 of 17, Dominic Ogis 71 of 23, and Samuel Charles 8 from 6. This one outside the off stump gets it to end of the bat, and Shadrach Descat comes in quickly, a wild throw, and they're able to come back for the second.
So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are not playing good cricket at the moment, and they are giving extra runs to the Micoud Eagles, and the Micoud Eagles will welcome all the extra runs that they're giving them.
Yeah, so Dominic Ogis so far, 5 fours and 8 sixes, strike rate of 304. So certainly good going there by Dominic Ogis. This one down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So Keon Gaston continuing to struggle with his line as the second wide so far, and even with his length, because the one he was hit straight over, that was a nice juicy half volley. So 22 after just 11 legal deliveries he has bowled. And this one is clip off the pad. Fortunate enough for him, they feel that the shot backward square was able to move across very quickly to his left, and certainly would have saved 3 runs. So at the end of the 8th over, the Eagles, they have moved on to 170 for the loss of 1.
Very good batting there by the Micoud Eagles batsmen, and especially Dominic Ogis. He's really motoring along. 74 from 25 deliveries, and he has a very good chance of scoring the second century here today, because we had a century in the first game by one of the players.
So certainly Dominic Ogis would be 26 runs away, and he certainly has more than enough time. Still has all of 12 overs to get to that magic figure if he wants to. So Charles to continue from the top, and this one looking for a big expansive drive outside the off stump, perhaps looking to overhit this one rather than looking for the timing that we have seen him exhibited early on.
Yes, so the Mon Repos Pioneers will be happy with this dot delivery, but Ogis will be disappointed that he didn't get a boundary off this delivery.
And on this occasion, this one is struck straight back past the bowler, and remarkable piece of fielding there by the, well, they look like Shadrach Descat. I think it's only Shadrach Descat and Keon Gaston on this team there who perhaps could produce that sort of fielding exhibition. But good bits of fielding there, certainly saved 3 runs for his team. And this one advancing down the track, hitting him on the full. So certainly a missed opportunity there by Samuel Charles. And this one is short, looking to pull this one towards the square leg region. 1 run resulting. So with that, the score moves on to 119. So not a bad over there by McDonald, just 2 of the first 4 deliveries. But the informed August is on strike. Can he finish the over well? And just pushes this one towards Craig Emmanuel at the extra cover region. 1 run resulting. So certainly the best over perhaps we've had so far in the inning. Just 3 runs of 5 deliveries. So certainly will not want to consider a boundary. This one down the leg side and goes past the keeper, Gian Benjamin, and races down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So the indisciplined bowling continues by the Pioneers, gifting the Eagles 5 wides.
Yeah, after bowling 5 good deliveries, keeping the batsman quiet, the bowler McDonald, this occasion bowling down the leg side, and the keeper diving him to his left couldn't collect, and the ball going into the boundaries for 4 wide. So bad delivery by McDonald.
Wide outside the off stump and signal wide by the umpire. So just when I was saying, Joe, he needed to look to finish the over. That would have been perhaps one of the better overs that we have seen. Only 3 of the first 5 deliveries, but we have gotten 6 and still a delivery left. So some 9 runs of the over. This one wide outside the outside and signal wide again by the umpire. So 3 consecutive wides there by the bowler McDonald, and they're on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, McDonald losing the plot there for a while, and he will want to end the over now on a good note, but not good bowling in the last 3 deliveries.
This one is spanked towards the extra cover region. Good work done by the bowler. Fires this one to the strikers in. Good work done by the keeper, Benjamin. So at the end of 9, 100 and is it 28 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, so a good batting display there by the Micoud Eagles, and they're really putting the pressure on the Mon Repos Pioneers, and the Mon Repos Pioneers will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really get back into the game. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they're really batting well, and they will be looking in the region of around 210, 220 to really put the Mon Repos Pioneers under more pressure.
You said 210, 220. I'm morphing in the vicinity of 250, Joe, because we're just into the 9th over and they're 128. So if they could double that score, that certainly would take them to 156. 256, sorry. So certainly they are on course to get 240, 250 runs easily. Just one shot outside the off stump. Samuels allows it to go through to the keeper. So they are basically into the 10th over, and there's going to be a break after this over. So the Eagles really would not want to lose a wicket at this stage. Good delivery there by Descartes, just outside the line of the off stump. Brings Samuel forward. Play and a miss. So again, a good decent start there by the bowler, but their problem is to close the over when they have done all the hard work up front. And again, sharp delivery outside the off stump. And no ball signal, second for the over. So Descartes protesting that he felt that was not a no ball in terms of the height. But John Marfred did consult with the square leg before he raised his arm.
He had one for the over already.
And McDonald advancing down the advancing down the track, looking to deposit this one in our direction. So a good dot ball there by Descartes of the free hit. So just one run in the over so far, and it's off the no ball. This one wide outside the Osterman, signal wide. So the indiscipline, we've seen it continue. The bowlers somehow, they considered quite a few extras this evening. And this one firmly struck towards the cover point region. It went very quickly. For a while, Joe, I had not spotted the ball. I just knew it came off the bat. And this was raced across the field for 4. So a real shot in anger there by Samuel Charles.
Yeah, good shot by Charles. A bad delivery. It was wide and he had the whiff. And he really hit it hard through the extra cover region for 4. So bad delivery by the Scat. But the Eagles, they continue to fly high at 144 for 1.
Certainly the Eagles are soaring high at the Baba Lastic ground this evening. And this one he advances, possibly have a catch. And it went over the outstretched hands of Samuel Charles. Perhaps did not time the jump well enough. And it went over his outstretched hand down to the long off boundary for 4. So again, the hard work would have done up front, and to the back end of the innings, they tend to lick a few boundaries, and which is exactly what is happening. 2 consecutive boundaries. And this one is beautifully driven down to Nitram at the extra cover region. 1 run resulting. So at the end of the 10th over, 139 for the loss of 1. Certainly a good productive 10 overs there for the for the Eagles. Just looking at the worm draw, it's only upward trajectory that we've seen from the very first over. So certainly they have maintained a good strike rate, and the Eagles, they would be happier of the 2 teams.
Very good batting there by the Micoud Eagles, and a very good platform in which to launch an attack in the last 10 overs. But the Pioneers, they're under a lot of pressure, and they will want to make a breakthrough or 2 to get back into this game.
So at this point, we're going to have a break whilst the players themselves are having their drinks break. We'll be back shortly.
flex like witch, lock her off like switch. If you disrespect me, don't you like rubber? You wanna miss, you wanna miss. Every stop till I come, you with a trick. I'm gonna flex like witch, lock her off like switch. But if I listen to you, guys, walk the money, and bring it come. Walk the money, get your canteen and have some. Walk the money, and bring it come. Nah, get the money, then I make it in your blood. So walk the money, and bring it come. Walk the money, get your canteen and have some. Walk the money, and bring it come. Make up wine when you're not getting no freedom.
Back here at the Lastic grounds, and it will be McDonald who will pick up the attack. Oh, shall we have the stats? McDonald? And he'll be bowling to Samuel Charles, who is on 19. McDonald from the far end bowls to the batsman Samuel Charles, and he hits that wide and long over wide, is long on for 6. Good shot after the break by McDonald.
Well, certainly
by Samuel Charles.
Certainly there's no letting off after the break. They certainly has come out and immediately they're rubbing salt into the wounds of the Pioneers. Like I said, the Pioneers really look a dejected bunch this evening. Nobody is really encouraging the bowlers. They are just out there, Joe, basically motionless, just going through the motion and that's it.
Yes, as you rightly said, they automatically out of the tournament, and so they have no motivation. But the Micoud Eagles, they know they are in there already in the top 4, so they are just playing the game and getting ready for more action when the other round starts.
But certainly the likes of Suazel would like the Pioneers to be party spoilers this evening, and that is not happening for them.
But the game is still young, so you can never tell what will happen. We just have to wait until the end.
This one angling down the leg side, looking to work it off the pad. Comes into the pad leg by signal by the umpire. So one more to the score. Inching closer to 150. Dominic Ogis 24 runs away from what would be a remarkable century. But usually things happen after a break and he would need to refocus again. And this one, talking about refocus, I think he's focused about depositing it outside of the ground. And this one is hit onto the roof of the players' pavilion and out of the park. So Dominic Ogis continuing from where he left off. He has raced to 82.
What a blistering knock by Dominic Ogis. This one was pitched in the slot and he just went with the shot over a long on for a mighty 6. So Dominic Ogis continuing to put pressure on the Mon Repos Pioneers bowlers, and really and truly he's playing a gem of an innings.
So Ogis, 5 4s and 9 6s, strike rate of 282.76. So remarkable ball striking there by Dominic Ogis.
And the Micoud Eagles will want him to continue putting pressure on the Mon Repos Pioneers, and himself and Samuel Charles will want to bat as long as possible. But the Mon Repos Pioneers needs to take a wicket or two to really peg the Micoud Eagles back. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they're really putting the pressure on the Pioneers.
Yes, certainly the bowlers are having a torrid time out in the middle. this one outside the off stump. Flashes the bat. Goes towards the point boundary. August wanted a second, but Charles was slow to react. And the last 6 actually, Joe, they brought up the Eagles 150. The 150 inside. They got there in 10.3 overs. This one back up a length. Charles just punches it into the backward point region, 1 run resulting. So good sensible batting by these two. They are pretty much prepared to hit the boundaries when the ball are serving the right area. But if they are not there for the 6s or 4s, then they're happy to just push it around and pick up the singles. Again, right into the block hole, just outside the off stump. Pushes it into the short cover region. 1 run resulting, so he moves on to 84. And the score 155 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, good sensible batting by the two, Samuel Charles and Dominic Ogis. And as you rightly said, when they cannot get the boundaries, they are taking the 1s and the 2s. So good batting by these two. And the Mon Repos Pioneers will have to find a way to build this partnership. But at the moment, the partnership is looking threatening.
So certainly Sabinus Emmanuel has been brought back into the attack, hoping that he could deliver the goods to them and at least see the back of Dominic Ogis. So Sabinus Emmanuel first over considered 15 runs. And this one it has started full outside the off stump. And Dominic Ogis would be a bit disappointed that he did not get more out of that wide delivery. But it struck powerful to the man on the point boundary. Just 1 run resulting. That takes him to 85, 15 runs away of 100. So the field certainly has changed for the right-hand batsman, in the person of Samuel Charles. This one outside the off stump, looking for that drive. A play and a miss. And this one played towards the right of Shadrach Descat, who makes a valiant effort and may have hurt himself in the process. But this one raced into the boundary for 4. So good powerful strike again there by Samuel Charles.
Yeah, good batting by Charles. A ball on about middle and leg. And Charles hitting it through the mid-wicket area down to the boundary for 4. And as you said, Shadrach maybe have done some damage, but to himself down there.
And Samuel Charles, he has moved on to 40 of 21 with 4 fours and 1 6. He's going at a strike rate of 142.8.
Yes, so Samuel Charles is lending good support to Dominic Ogis. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to break that partnership as soon as possible. You can see the replay again, diving effort there by Shadrach Descat, but he could not stop the ball, and it went for 4.
So 160, and they're just into the 12th over. And this one is going to go even further on this occasion. Half volley outside the off stump, and Charles just launches into this one outside of the park. over the long off region for 6. So the aggressive batting continues.
The slaughtering continues. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have no answer to the Eagle batsmen, and they are really putting them under the sword, under the pump. And good batting between Samuel Charles and Shadrach Descat.
Yeah, well, certainly the Pioneers bowlers have absolutely no answer to the onslaught this evening. And again, this one is in the slot. Powerfully struck. My goodness, this one went past Cody Fontenelle in a flash. Barely had time to react. And that ball had gone past him and raced into the boundary of four. So we see some real brutal thoughts there by Samuel Charles, Joseph Muff.
Yes, and Sabinas Emmanuel really has been under tremendous pressure now in this over by Charles. 4 on the 6, and Jan Benjamin, the keeper, had a few words there with Sabinas Emmanuel, and let's see how he will cope with this summer delivery. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they are really putting their feet on the accelerator.
So he has considered some 15 runs in this over. First over went for 15. First 5 deliveries has gone for 15. And this one wide outside the Austin, plays the uppercut, and it goes over the backward point boundary for 4. So the Pioneers continue to bleed runs.
My goodness, Sabinas Emmanuel and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they're really in a lot of danger. And as you said, they might be looking at a score of 250, 270 at the rate that these two are going. And the Pioneers, they will want to take a wicket or two, but at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they're really putting them under the sword.
Yeah, well, they need to see the back of both of those battles, because Samuel Charles, certainly, as you said, he's going through the gears very quickly. He is on 44 of 24. So 6 away from what would be a deserved half century, and Dominic August 15 away from 100, and the way these two are batting there, we cannot put it past them to get those landmarks.
Yes, and the pitch is playing very true. The bounce is very good, and so they can play through the line. So really and truly, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they're up against it.
Again, just looking at the worm there, the worm is only upward trajectory. It has not plateaued at all. So good going there by the Eagles. And looks like we're going to have a bit of spin. Cody Fontenelle is going to be introduced into the attack. And Dominic August, Joseph Ma, free maximum, certainly can take him there. So good cautious approach there by Dominic August. I mean, he should be aware of what his score would be like, and with plenty overs, still some 7 overs left. Well, actually, this is the commencement of the 14th over. So you still have 7.5 overs left to get 14 runs. This one is delicately played at short backward, well, short footman region, and this camper through for a single. So good communication between these two. 176 for the loss of 1.
I'm surprised that Cody Fontenelle has introduced into the attack so late.
Joe was distracted momentarily. I'm not even certain. So, Fontenelle to continue. And this one is high. And it's going to go over the long on boundary for 6 and no ball signal by the umpire. So again the indiscipline continues from the Micoud, from the Pioneers, sorry, and this has brought Dominic Ogis into the 90s, 92 on a free hit, and a missed opportunity there by Dominic Ogis. So this studio, they have put on exactly 100 run partnership of some 40 free deliveries. So good batting there. And this one outside the off stump. And he is wrong footed on this occasion. And the ball has spun towards his right. And it has gone into the footman boundary for 4. So they say, Joe, when it rains, it really pours sometimes. And this is exactly what is happening to the Pioneers. So Dominic Ogis, he moves within 1 stroke of 100. He's on 96.
Good batting by Dominic Ogis, and he will want to get to that 3-figure mark.
And this one wide outside the off stump. So Cody Fontenelle is feeling the pressure as well. And this one is driven to Descat on the long off boundary. 1 run resulting. He moves on to 97. So certainly, Joe St. Matthew, you're talking about 200 and what, 220? I said about 250, but it looked like 270, 280 on the, might very well be on the cards this evening. And the batsman Charles allows this one to go through the keeper. So still another productive over. Some 15 runs coming off the over by Cody Fontenelle. But all eyes certainly would be on Dominic Ogis. He is just 3 runs away of what would be a magnificent century.
Yes, and he has no need to play any risky shots, take any chances, just 3 more for his 100, so he can take 3 singles, and then he will reach his landmark. But it will be a very good knock, a very good innings if he get to that, but to that 100. He has played all the shots in the book, and he's given his team a very good platform in which to launch an attack in the last few overs. But the Pioneers, they really haven't come to the party tonight, and they're really feeling the pressure.
So it looks like they're going to be a change of bowling from the northern end. So we had Cody Fontenelle from the top, and now Cody Lesmore will be taking up the attack from the southern end. And Cody Lesmore certainly would want to play the spoiler's role, to try to deny Ogis of getting to that 3 figure. But can he prevent it with that sort of mode that he's in? And he pushes this one towards the point region. They've gone for 1. So certainly we could see a different approach there by Ogis. And I think unless he's been given a real long hop or juicy half volley, he's not going to force the issue. He's just going to look to push it around and get his 100.
Some batsmen does be nervous in the 90s, but he's looking very relaxed.
And Charles on this occasion straight to McDonald on the long off boundary. So he would be disappointed not to have gotten to 50, but he batted very well indeed to have gotten to 45. So the two featured in a 107-run partnership of just 48 balls. Samuel contributed 45 and August 48.
So a very good breakthrough there for the Mon Repos Pioneers, and they will be very, very happy to see the back of Charles, who was going great guns. But Dominic Ogis, as you said, all eyes will be on him because he's on 98. Just 2 more for his 100, and what 100 it will be.
So it looks like the veteran Hazel Shalry might be the one joining August at the wicket. So certainly Joseph Maff, good platform has been set there for the batters to come. I think August would just want to get over that century target, and then we might very well see him open up again.
That will be the plan. But Cody Lesmore has struck a big blow there for the Pioneers, and he will want to take another wicket in this over to really peg them back. But at the moment, the Eagles, they are in front.
This one wide outside the off stump. Shalry looking to play this one towards the backward point region. A play and a miss. It's a good over so far by Cody Lesmore. And this one lofted drive. Up in the air, possibility of a catch. And it is taken again by Samuel Charles. So we had the distance, the elevation, but there was no distance on this occasion. This one perhaps came off the bottom of the bat, but it was in the slot. Another good timely breakthrough there by Cody Lesmore.
Yeah, another big blow struck by Lesmore, getting the wicket of Hazel Shalry. And the Pioneers, they will be very happy for that double blow in this over. And the Micoud Eagles, they are still in front, but losing 2 quick wickets.
Yes, certainly Cody Lesmore being introduced into the attack and doing just what the doctor ordered, say in the back of those batters. But the Eagles, they are well set and they can afford to lose a few wickets in going for runs, because they are into the 14th over with 190. There's no reason to really to hold back. I think 250, 260 runs on the cards. They're certainly going to put the Pioneers under enormous pressure.
But the new batsman, Lesmore, he's out of form. But from Eagles' point of view, they will want him to get some form tonight so that they can reach to that 250, 270 we are talking about.
Well, he is coming into bat. He is not under any pressure because this team already have a good platform, so his mind could be very free out there this evening. And certainly up in the air, possibility of a catch. It has gone to the right of Emmanuel. Good work down there, coming from the point region, cover point region, running across to the extra cover. 7 free runs for his team. But this brings the man of the moment on strike, Dominic Ogis. 2 runs away from what would be a very good, well played, well constructed century. So the fielders, they are ensured that they are in the right position. Again, Lesmore, Ogis in defense. So clearly you could see Ogis is determined to get to 100, but sometimes you, in just changing your approach as a batsman in the 90s, it can work against you. Sometimes it can contribute to your own downfall.
Well, sometimes, but to me, he's going through the right process there. Just 2 more for his century. So he just needs to take it easy, don't take any risk. But a double blow struck there by Cody Lesmer and the Pioneers, they will be very happy with this over from Lesmer, but they will want the other bowler at the other end to really follow suit and take 1 or 2 wickets and keep the scoring rate down and put the Micoud Eagles under some pressure.
So the most productive over there for the Pioneers, conceding just 2 runs, but most importantly, Lesmer was able to pick up 2 wickets. So it looks like Fontenelle would be continuing. So Kobe Lesmer and Cody Fontenelle. And 5-4-3. That's the number of Rohan Lesmer. This one is played towards the backward point region, but straight to Sabina Simanuel. No run resulted. And this one short outside the off stump. Did not get the sort of contact he would have wanted, but enough to have evaded the fielder Sabina Simanuel and down to the backward point boundary for 4. So 195 for the loss of 3.
So the out of form Lesmer will be very happy with this delivery wide outside the off stump, and he had some batting practice there, hitting it over the infield down to the boundary for 4.
So Sabina has been dropped back onto the point boundary, and this one is short. It is played to Gaston at the extra cover boundary. 1 run resulting. It brings Ogis back on strike. So 2 away. 98. And this time he short ball, he looks to muscle this one, but losing his shape in the process. It goes to Descat on the along off boundary, so he moves on to 99. So this brings Rohan Lesmer back on strike. This one shot outside the off stump, looking to play a cross-batted shot. A play and a miss there by Ron Lesmer, as you did indicate, an out of form Ron Lesmer. 6 in the over so far. This one outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. So again, Lesmer missed opportunity there. And this one is short, looking to pull towards the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, thinking of a second, and the batsman Ron Lesmer is slow to react. And again, the batsman Dominic Ogis is denied strike, but he's on 99, and the score moves on to 199 for 3.
So good batting there by Dominic Ogis and Rohan Lesmer, trying to give him some support at the other end. So a very good platform set there by the Micoud Eagles, 199 for 3 after 15. So they will want to continue the onslaught in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, certainly with wicket in hand, I think what is really slowing the onslaught, as you indicated, is the fact that Dominic Ogis is in the 90s. He certainly would need to get that 1 run needed to get to his 3 figures, and certainly we will see a change of approach again by Ogis. But it's important that Rohan Lesmer gets him on strike as quickly as possible. he is able to do that. The Eagles, they have brought up the 200. 200 for free in 15.1 overs. So that brings Dominic Ogis, who was on 99. Certainly the nervous 90, Joe. Many have died between 90 and 99.
Ogis is looking relaxed.
On his ball, playing across the line again, playing too tentative there, looking for that single. And Dominic Ogis cannot believe that he has bowled on 99 again. Like I did tell you, changing your approach sometimes when you get into the 90s, it could be to your detriment. Because some of these very same deliveries he was putting away, he was just looking to push on this occasion and playing a little tentative. But good knock nevertheless by Dominic Ogis.
Yes, a very good knock by Ogis. A ball on about middle and off, and he played it across the line, and he was comprehensively beaten and bowled. So Cody Lesmore introducing to the attack. His first over, he had a double wicket over, and in this over, taking the important wicket of Dominic Ogis. He went for 99, but a good knock by Dominic Ogis.
Yes, 99 of 40 deliveries, some 6 fours and 10 sixes. He was going at a strike rate of 247. So certainly a good knock, but he would be very disappointed to have done all that hard work and just fell short of 1.
So the Micoud Eagles, they will be very happy with the knock by Dominic Ogis. And as we said, they are 200 for free and just 15.1 overs. So they have a good platform in which to really launch an attack.
So with the dismissal of Ogis, it looks like the new batsman, Kyron Phillip. So good delivery there, lose one right on the pads of Phillip. He plays it to the left of Emmanuel at the short backward square region down to the boundary for 4. So good delivery to get off the mark. Nice friendly delivery. So Phillip immediately off the mark, 204 for the loss of 4. So certainly in the last 4.5 overs, I think these two at the wicket with the platform that they set needs to up the ante. Shot outside the off stump. So good bowling there by Cody Lesmore.
A good take by wicketkeeper Jen Benjamin, standing up.
So he's into his second over. He has picked up 3 wickets already for just 7 runs. And this one is played over the wide long off region for 6. So half volley but wide outside the off stump, really giving him the whip to free his arms.
Bad ball by Cody Lesmore and Kyron Phillip, making him pay. Beautiful shots.
This one short, looking to force it into the cover region, comes off the inner portion of the bat, goes past the bowler to his left, and 1 run resulting. So it looks like that's the end of the 16th over. 211 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So very good going by the Micoud Eagles, and still 4 more overs to go. So they will want to really push on and put a remarkable score on the board. So the Mon Repos Pioneers really they have struggled all night. But Cody Lesmo taking 3 wickets in 2 overs, really pulling them back a little.
Yes, certainly. To see the back of first Samuel Charles, you had Hazel Shalry, who is capable of hitting a long ball, and then to get the wicket of August was on 99. So it looks like Descat is going to take up the attack from the northern end. Like I said from last evening, Descat has been bowling 1 over spells. And this one full plays towards the backward square region. And it has gone into the boundary for 4. So a loose delivery to start off by Shadrach Descat.
Nothing delivery. Short delivery on about leg stump, and the batsman Karen Phillip help it down to the backward square boundary for 4. So not a good start in this over by Descat.
Well, he was going before this first delivery. He was going at 16 and over. This one wide outside the off stump, right on the line. So good execution on this occasion by Descat. 214 for the loss of 4. Certainly the sort of platform that batsmen would want when they come at the crease with no pressure on. This one outside the off stump, plays it towards the points region. Man comes off the boundary, 1 run resulting. So Descat, as we could see, Joe looking to bowl full towards the back end of the inning, trying to see if he could execute those wide Yorkers.
I think it's a good ploy because he doesn't have the pace when he bowls short, and he's getting punished. So not a bad ploy to try and bowl full.
So Lesmo on strike. This one outside the off stump. Lesmo goes for a big booming drive. Play on a miss.
Yes, the left foot was not going across to get close to the line of the delivery. He just planted the left foot down the pitch, and the ball just going through to the keeper. Dot ball.
This one, we lost it momentarily. It was struck towards the extra cover region. Just 1 run resulting. Full deliveries, certainly a missed opportunity there by Lesmo.
That justifies that really and truly is not in form. So he's just getting 1 run of a delivery which he had whiff. As another delivery there from the bowler Descat. Outside the off stump, the batsman looking for the umpire to call the wide, but there was no signal by the umpire. So at the end of the 17th over, the Micoud Eagles, they are 216 for 4.
So at the end of over number 17, I think it's 216 for the loss of 4. So Cody Fontenelle. Cody Lesmore. 2 overs. 3 for 14. So remarkable figures there by Lesmore. All the carnage that has been going on. He's been the standout bowler. And this one short. And Rohan Lesmore just swivels. Gets this one towards the backward square region, which was vacant. So, bit of loose bowling there by Lesmore after he has done all the hard work in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, it was Lesmore to Lesmore, Cody Lesmore to Ron Lesmore. And Ron Lesmore was the happier of the two, a short delivery. And he swivel around and pull it in down to the wideish fine leg area for 4. So, good shot by Ron Lesmore. Bad delivery by Cody Lesmore.
On this occasion, this one lofted drive is going to go all the way for 6. Over the long off boundary. So certainly Rohan Lesmore is dealing in boundaries. Looking at the worm there, still very healthy, still upwards trajectory there by the Eagles. So they continue to soar very high, and for the first time Lesmore is really put under the pump in his foot over. And this time looking to heave this one towards the mid-wicket region, gets the bottom edge, ball trickled to the gully region, but able to scamper through for a single. So 228 for the loss of 4. Ron Lesmore, he has moved on to 20 off 12. And Kyron Phillip, 16 off 8. So Lesmore aborting his run. He has gone for 11 so far, halfway of in the 18th over. And this one upishly is going to travel all the way for 6 straight over the bowler's head. So nice juicy half volley there. Just hitting through the line is Phillip. So good execution there.
Yeah, good shot by Phillip. And Cody Lesmore in his first 2 overs bowled brilliantly. But now he has considered a few boundaries in this 3rd over.
And this one is up in the air, possibility of a catch. Gaston is coming in and he makes it look very easy. So Keon Gaston coming off the extra cover boundary. And Kyron Phillip on this occasion going for more glory, but perishing. But one could understand with the sort of platform that is lit, they have only lost 4 wickets. Certainly he has to continue stepping on the accelerator.
Yeah, he had the license to go for a shot, but this one was pushed a little wide, so he wasn't in full control, and the ball peeling off the outside edge and giving an easy catch to Keon Gaston, one of the better fielders we have in St. Lucia, and he will not drop that. So another blow struck by the Pioneers, but the damage has already been done by the Eagles.
Yes, certainly. Kyron Phillip, 20 of 10. He had 2 4s, 2 6s, a strike rate of 220. So certainly he did play his part. Nice little cameo for the Eagles. And with that fall, it brings in Merlan Sami, another one who on his day can be very destructive.
Very much so. And from Micoud Eagles standpoint, they will want him to hit a few lusty blows to really push the scoring rate up. So again, Cody Lesmore
He's doing good work. He's picks up his 4th wicket. Also, possibility of Lesmo picking up 5 because he is just into his 3rd over. This one is played uppishly, and this one has wrist bisecting the man at wide, long off, and the man at the long off boundary. So good shot there by Mulan Sami.
Yes, beautiful shot by Sami, and he looked like a top order batsman there. Everything was just perfect, and he posed for a few seconds for the cameras. But a good shot by Sami, a bad delivery. He had the whiff to freeze arms, and he did that to perfection.
So that was a very expensive over. Some 21 runs coming up that over. So 2 overs left. 234, Joe. 12 runs away from 250. So certainly one would think that 260 may very well be on the cards.
Even 270, the way these two are going. And Rowan Lesmore, he looks to be getting a little bit of form. And from a Micoud Eagles point of view, they will want him to stay there at the end of the 20 overs so that they can get something in the region of 260 but 270.
So it looks like Keon Gasto will be coming back into the attack. So Gasto has not been very economical this evening. This one full outside the off stump. A play and a miss there by Rohan Lesmo. So those last 11 deliveries left. The Eagles certainly would want to make maximum use of those deliveries. Wide outside the off stump and call wide on this occasion. So score moves on by 1, 239. Keon Gasto, he has bowled 2.1 and he has conceded some 24 runs. So certainly not very economical this evening again, Keon Gasto. And this one a play and a miss by Rowan Lesmo. So Lesmo probably should be looking for the single, try to put Sami on strike because he's swinging and he's missing. And you could ill afford to be conceding dot balls in the last 2 overs.
Well, Lesmo will consider himself to be the better batsman, so.
Yeah, but he's just swinging and he's missing, Joe. Sami, remember, came in 1 delivery and we saw he played that lofted drive for 4. And we know that Lesmo have been struggling this season.
And the left foot is not going across to get close to the deliveries.
And this time he makes contact, and this one has gone over the extra cover region for 4. So proper connection was made on this occasion.
Yes, and the left foot move a little towards the line of the delivery, and he played a good shot. So he will need to continue.
So 243. They're moving closer to that 250 mark. So 5 runs so far off this over of Keon Gasto. This one wide outside the off stump and will be signaled wide by the umpire. So Gaston doing the right thing, looking to keep the ball wide, keep it away from Lesmo. 246 for the loss of 5. Still 8 deliveries left in the inning. And this one even wider. So again, we see the bowlers from the Pioneers team. They are unable due to really close the over. The last few deliveries, they really tend to struggle.
And it seems we'll be leaving here tomorrow morning.
And this one, freakish edge past the fielder at the short foot man and race down to the boundary for 4. So again, the back end of the last few deliveries, the bowlers are licking runs.
Yeah, wide delivery outside the off stump and run Lesmore. Big man going for the drive and the ball taking the outside edge and flying down to the Fieldman area for 4. So welcome boundary to the Micoud Eagles.
Yes, 11 runs and still 1 delivery left. So it was shaping up to be a good over, but it could turn out to be a very expensive one. And this time, just outside the off stump, the very same area, he has exploited a dot delivery. So a good end to the over, but he's still disappointed that he felt he should have done better.
Yes, so the Micoud Eagles, they will be very happy with the score so far because they won the toss and they decided to bat. So they will be very happy with the decision. 249 for 5 after 19 overs. So we had that very good knock by Dominic Ogis of 99, falling one shot of a well-deserved century. But all in all, the Mon Repos Pioneers, really and truly, they have not played good cricket tonight.
So Shadrach Descartes is coming and bowl the final over Joseph Mav. But you had Lesmo, who has picked up some 4 wickets already, and he still has an over left. And interestingly, that Descartes would be the one to bowl the final over. So I don't know whether they are even aware that the young man has picked up 4 wickets already. Certainly denying him an opportunity for a fifer.
Descartes is the captain, so he decided to bowl that last over. So let's see how tight he can bowl this over.
Full delivery there by Descartes, but Sami, Mulan Sami unable to get more out of this delivery, Joe. Pass up a missed opportunity. The final over, one would expect he would be swinging for the heels.
Sami will be very disappointed. A short delivery, and he didn't make full use of it.
And Rohan Lesmo, low full toss. They've gone for one, and actually Rohan had given up. A direct hit certainly would have had him out. So Mulan Sami is back on strike, and he would be hoping that he could get a few maximum 4 deliveries left in the over to get his team over 260. And again, this one coming off the bottom edge, going for a single, and one would say it's a suicidal single because there was no point looking to run that run. It's not the last ball of the over, but Mulan Sami was going for the run and he got run out in the process. So they have lost their 6 wickets, but still a very healthy score, 251 on the board.
Yeah, a very comical way to get out there by Sami. He was in no hurry to get to the non-striker's end, and so he went by the run-out route. But as you said, Greg Wilson, a very good score, 251, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will have to bat out of the skin to get to that score.
So the incoming batsman, it looks like Leo. Chauvin Leo is making his way to the crease. So 3 deliveries left. Lesmore is the one on strike. He's 29 of 19. So he certainly would want to go beyond the boundary ropes. Get his team to 260. And this time it's firmly driven. But the ball peels off the outer edge and it goes towards the backward point region. For a moment, Joe, I heard the ball came off the bat, but we had lost it momentarily. So 4 valuable runs for the Eagles. Moves them closer to 260. They are 255.
Yeah, so I said from Micoud Eagles' point of view, they wanted Lesmore to get a little form, and so he has struck a few boundaries and he has moved on to 29 from 19. So a good little cameo there by Ron Lesmore.
And this one looking to heave it over the long off region. Peeled by the bowler Shadrach Descat. And the dreaded finger was raised, but Rohan Lesmore is pointing that it may have been a bit of bats. But 7th wicket has gone down. Certainly, you could see he was struck in line, but the question of whether there was any bat involved. But in the umpire's opinion, there was no bat involved. So, good wicket there towards the back end for Shadrach Descat.
Though a little too late. 255 for 7 already, a big score. So the Mon Repos Pioneers will really have to bat very well to get to that score. But cricket is a funny old game, and you can never tell what will happen until the last ball is bowled.
So it looks like, looks like Palmfield it is, yeah, the dreadlocks Palmfield. And this one is firmly struck towards the long off. They've gone for one finger number second. And the striker was contented with the second run. He was already heading towards the dressing room. So they finished with 257 for the loss of 7. So good last over completed by Shadrach Descat, picking up, well, you had a run out and he picked up a wicket and only conceding 8 runs. So a good end to the inning. So we'll have a look at the summary very quickly. You had Dominic August fell agonizingly short of 100. He was bowled for 91 by Cody, for 99 by Cody Lesmore. Samuel Charles 45 from 27, and Royal Lesmore 33 from 21. But the pick up the bowlers for the Pioneers would have been Cody Lesmore. He picked up 4 for 45 of his 3. Sabinas Emmanuel 1 for 34 of his 2. Very expensive. Shadrach Descat 1 for 46 of 4, again on the expensive side. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, Joseph Senmap, would need 257 if they 258, sorry, if they are to pull off a victory with a required rate at 12.9.
Yes, it will be. They will have to really bat well to get to that 258. But a very good effort by the Micoud Eagles after they won the toss and decided to bat. So they will be very satisfied with where they end up after 20 overs. But very good knock by Ogis, 99, and Charles giving him good support with 45, and Lesmo 43. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will have a lot of work to do to get to that 258.
Yes, certainly they would need a good start from John Benjamin and Sabinus Emmanuel. And with the inclusion of Shadrach Descat in the team, it means that they have strength on the batting. So at this point, we're going to take a break and we will resume when the Mon Repos Pioneers are going to reply to the score of 257. They need 258 for victory. And welcome back to the Francis Baba Lastic ground, where we are about to witness the reply of the Mon Repos Pioneers. They are in search of 258 runs for victory at a required rate of 12.9. So with me is Joseph Stenmark. Joe, certainly we saw a good inning put together there by the Micoud Eagles. And certainly Mon Repos really do not have much to play for, but they certainly would want to finish their tournament on a high.
Most certainly, and if they have to do so, they will have to get a big partnership between Gian Benjamin and Sabinas Emmanuel. But the Micoud Eagles, they will have other ideas, and they will want to make a breakthrough very early. And with Chevron Leo in his last game, he bowled very well, and he's in good form. And certainly he will want to make a breakthrough for his team.
So the Eagles, they are ensuring that everybody is in the right position. First delivery there by Leo. Hitting Sabinas on the pad, looking to work this 5 pad, that is, looking to work this one towards the square leg region. No run resulting.
Chevron Leo, he played in Rama at Bella yesterday. I don't know if you know this Amavensi guy, Mr. Basil Rogers. Yeah, so every year, the 1st of May, we usually have a Rama in his honor.
And again, this one, hitting him on the 5 pad, looking to work it again through the square leg region. A leg by resulting, so the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are off and running, courtesy a leg by. So we saw John Benjamin last evening playing. It was just 1 over we saw of that match, but he played a few scintillating shots. So first delivery, he was greeted with a shot. Quick delivery there by Chevron Leo.
Yeah, that was a spicy delivery there from Leo, and it fuddled into the gloves of the keeper. So Leo can generate some pace when he feels like.
And this one again into the pads. But Leo, as we could see, he's into his very first over, but we could see he's really putting in the effort.
He's rushing from a Benjamin there. And Leo, as I said, is in very good form with the ball.
This one back of a length, and John Benjamin is indicating to Sabinas Emmanuel he rolled his fingers over that last delivery, because you got to assume clearly he was into the shot long before the ball had arrived. So certainly Leo is mixing things up out in the middle.
That's the sign of a very good bowler. He is not predictable at all. He's making the batsman think.
Again, this one into the pads of the batsman. Leg by Signal. So it looks like just 2 runs coming off the first over, but a number of those deliveries, at least 4 of them, were into the pads of the batsman. So he may have been lucky enough to have gotten away. But because of the fact that he was bowling with a bit of pace, the batsmen, they were looking to camp more on the back foot, anticipating those short balls.
So very good over there by Chevron Leo. And the Micoud Eagles will be very happy with this first over, and they will want the other bowler at the other end to continue the good work that Mashivan Leo started.
So Kyron Phillip will be taking up the Phillip will be taking up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Gian Benjamin. So the Mon Repos fans, they travel in their numbers this evening. And this one is a short delivery, possibility of a no ball for height. Umpire was just checking, but it is legitimate. And this one was spunked into the mid-wicket region for 4 by Benjamin. So not the best of start by Phillip. Full toss.
Bad delivery there by the bowler, and the batsman taking full toll and hitting it down to the boundary for 4. But the batsman chipped down a little, so that's why the square leg didn't call the no ball.
This one short, wide outside the off and signal wide by the umpire Maffrey. So 1 more to the score. Moves on to 7.
Benjamin and Sabinas Emmanuel, they look like twins out there in the middle.
Well, you talk about in terms of the height, I think Gian Benjamin is shorter than Sabinas Emmanuel. But almost similar build. And this one is short, and he has gotten in line and played this one over the backward square region. It has traveled all the way for 6. Actually, it has gone over the fence. So Benjamin certainly was camping on the back foot, anticipated that delivery would have been short, and really dispatched it over the fence for 6. So good shot there by Benjamin.
Yeah, short delivery, and Benjamin, a short batsman, short in stature, but he played a very good shot and hitting it down to the boundary, over the boundary for 6. So a bad delivery and punished by Benjamin.
So certainly a replacement ball would be required. And in the tournament, Joe, we have seen quite a few replacement balls by the umpires.
A lot of replacement balls.
So with that 6, the crowd, the fans from Mon Repos, they have come alive. We're hearing the trumpet, we're hearing the shak, the drums. Yeah, so certainly they are up and going now. A good comeback delivery, good Yorker length there by Kyron Phillip. The perfect reply after being spunked out of the pack by Gian Benjamin.
Yeah, good comeback delivery by Kyron Phillip, and Benjamin could not get it where he wanted, so he'll be very happy, Kyron Phillip, with that dot delivery.
And this one, Benjamin perhaps anticipating another short ball, camping on the back foot, and just really pushed this one uppishly, but it was away from the bowler. And clearly you could see that Benjamin is anticipating a few short ones coming at him.
Yes, but what he should do, he should play each ball on its merit and don't anticipate.
And this one is short and is up on his toes and plays it towards the backward point region. And it has gone into the vacant boundary for 4. So good reply there by Gian Benjamin.
Yeah, short delivery. And Benjamin getting on top of it, opening the face of the bat and hitting it down to the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary to the Mon Repos Pioneers.
So that last shot has brought a conference between Hazel Shalry, Sanjay Pamphil and Kyron Phillip, discussing what the line of attack should be. So some 5 deliveries bowled so far, 15 runs. So it looks like there's going to be a change in the field. The man at the short third man has been dropped on the boundary, and the square leg fielder has been brought into the 40-yard circle. So Phillip to continue. And this one, slow delivery up in the air and is out, caught by Merlin Sammy. So good change of delivery there. Really out Fox. John Benjamin, again he was camping on the back foot, perhaps anticipating the short ball, and change of pace, and just presented a relatively easy catch to Merlin Sammy. So good thinking on the part of Kyron Phillip.
And bad thinking by John Benjamin, because I said earlier on, he should not be anticipating, he should be playing each ball on its merit, and then the slower delivery. And so a soft dismissal, Benjamin going back to the pavilion, and a good blow struck there by the Micoud Eagles.
Yes, certainly picking up the all-important wicket of Benjamin. And with that dismissal, in comes the captain, Shadrach Descat. It's first time in the tournament he would be batting for the team. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, Joseph Mav, they would need a captain's knock this evening from Shadrach Descat.
Yes, well said, Mr. Wilson. But as I said, they needed a good partnership between Benjamin and Emmanuel, and that was not to be. So the captain is there now with Sabinas Emmanuel, and these two, they will have to bat deep into the innings to get to that 258.
So Siobhan Leo to continue the attack from the northern end. And this one, no ball called by the umpire, but it is spanked into the cover boundary for 4. So not the best of start by Siobhan Leo, but a delightful drive by Sabine Sinmola, getting this one right in the slot.
Yeah, bad delivery there by Siobhan Leo. Well in the slot, and Emmanuel driving swiftly through extra cover for 4. And to rub salt into the wounds there, it was a no ball.
Wide call by umpire, too short on this occasion.
It was a fast delivery there by Baleo, but it was a judge wide.
Still a free hit. And back of a lane for look like a change of pace from what the batsman is indicating. So good delivery there by Siobhan Leo.
Yes, good delivery by Leo. A dot ball, and so they will be very happy with that dot delivery. But as I said, these two, they will have to bat deep into the innings to get close to that 258. But the Eagles will have other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads into the Mon Repos Pioneers batting.
So Leo to continue from the number 10. And this one back of a lane, having Sabinas Emmanuel jumping back. Plays this one to Moving Wells at short cover, no run resulting. So certainly the two opening bowlers, they are bowling a lot of back of a lane deliveries. So Leo again to continue. And this one outside the off stump. Sabinus Emmanuel looking for that full-blooded drive, losing his ship in the process. Again, good delivery just outside the off stump there, encouraging him to go for that drive, but just missing the outside edge.
Yeah, good delivery by Leo, keeping that just outside of stump. Good line, good length. And Sabinus Emmanuel a little bit disappointed not to get back to ball. But on this pitch, which is a true pitch, it's always good to mix your deliveries.
And this one again, full on this occasion. So Leo, as you did indicate, really mixing things up. We're seeing those cutters, we're seeing the full ball, we're seeing the back of the lens. Certainly not predictable, as you have indicated.
Very good bowling by Siobhan Leo.
Oh my goodness, good delivery, really scoring Sabinus in this process. And Siobhan Leo cannot believe that Sabinus Emmanuel was not bowled on this occasion. So really good bowling there by Siobhan Leo.
Yeah, magnificent delivery, pitching about middle and off, and left him lit. He went for the shot and the ball beating the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. Top class bowling by Leo.
So last delivery of the over. This one was played uppishly momentarily, and Sabinus Emmanuel was interested in a run, but Shadrach Descat, certainly they were not on the same wavelength, was not interested. So after starting with the 5 no ball, Siobhan Leo really came back with 6 consecutive dot balls.
Yes, he recovered well in the over to end on a good note. But just 23 after 3 overs. The Mon Repos Pioneers will not be very happy with their progress so far. And the Micoud Eagles, they're keeping a tight rein on the match.
Yeah, so just looking at the 2 worms there, certainly at this stage, the Eagles worm, it was only heading in one direction, upwards trajectory. But same cannot be said for the Pioneers. So the required rate now has moved on to 14.82, and they are currently going at 7.67. So it looks like a change of bowling from the northern end, from the southern end, sorry, Sanjay Pamphil.
A similar bowler to Leo, he mixes deliveries a lot.
And this one, half volley and firmly driven back past the bowler for 4. So, nice with the grip, Sanjay Pamphil. This one was really a half volley, and Shadrach Descat really putting back to ball.
Oh, beautiful back drive there by Descat. He reminds me of Gordon Greenidge, although Gordon Greenidge, well, was a right-hander, but Gordon Greenidge was known for his back drives, and that was well struck there by Descat. So that will give his confidence a boost.
So this one again plays uppishly, possibly Abakaches is gone. So Shadrach Descat looking to play this one off the outside, and it went straight to Rohan Lesmore, right on the edge of the 40-yard circle. And he certainly paused this one. So a big blow struck there by Pamphil in just his second delivery to see the back of the captain, Shadrach Descat.
As I indicated, he's a clever bowler. He mixes his deliveries up, and to get that wicket there, it's a big blow. And the Pioneers, really and truly, they will have to bat out of the skins to get to that 258. But the Eagles, they have put a claw on another victim, another prey, and they are happy to devour it.
Yes, certainly a big blow struck there by the Pioneers. And with the loss of the captain, in comes Keon Gastor. He has had a few good starts, but again, not able to go on and deliver the goods for his team. But this evening is a perfect opportunity for him to come to the party. Good batting condition, quick outfield, and certainly he could be free to play his shots. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are really up against it. They have a daunting challenge, 258 for victory. So Pamphil getting almost immediate success has been introduced. Second ball, and this one good. Yokalem delivery. This one is firmly pushed back in the direction of the bowler. Unable to stop it. And they gone through for a single. So Castor immediately off the mark. Brings Sabinas Emmanuel back on strike. 4 from 9. Very slow start by Emmanuel, considering the sort of total they need to overhaul.
Yeah, well, these two, they can hit it, they can hit the long ball, but as you said, it's a big score and they will have to push on.
Again, this one keeps Sabinas on the defense, pushes it into the short cover region, and they scamper through for a single. So Sanjay Pamphil into his first over, an immediate success. Free delivery so far. He has only considered 5 runs. To Keon Dasco again, another full delivery. Keon Gaston plays it down to the long off region, 1 run resulting. So whilst the 2 opening bowlers were going back of a length and short on occasion, Pamphil is the opposite, looking to bowl a really full line. Line and length, just on about off stump. Again, just outside the off stump, Sabinas Emmanuel looking for that big booming drive, losing his shape in the process. So the end of a very successful over there by Pamphil, picking up the wicket of Shadrach Descat.
Good over there by Sanjay Pamphil. And he, as I said, he usually mixes deliveries, and he was very difficult to get off the square. So he's a good blow struck there by the Micoud Eagles, and the Pioneers, they're reeling at 30 for 2. So and they need to get to 258. So as I said, these two, they will have to continue batting until the end to get close to that 258. But at the moment, the Eagles, they are in control.
Yes, certainly slow going there by the Pioneers. 30 after 4, and at the very same stage, Joe, the Micoud Eagles, they were 62 without loss. So they would have scored 32 runs more at this very same stage.
Yeah, the Micoud Eagles, they had a very good power play. And then still 2 more overs. So let's see if the Pioneers can get to 50 or 60.
So Siobhan Leo to continue from the northern end. Into Gaston, angling down the leg side. Looks at what the signal is going to be like. A white signal by the umpire. So 2 more runs to the score. So Siobhan Leo, he has not picked up a wicket yet, but he has been very economical. And this one wide outside the off stump. Players gets the bottom edge of the bat. They travel towards the short footman region where Ron Lesmore fields. Can prevent the run. So 1 more to the score.
Sabinas Emmanuel will be very disappointed with that last delivery, a short delivery outside the off stump, and he did not capitalize as Leo comes in, bowls to the batsman Gaston, who drives back along the wicket. The bowler fields to his own bowling, and there is no run.
So Leo to continue to Gaston. Short delivery, top edge, and it has gone one bounce for 4. So fortuitous boundary there for Keon Gaston. Very much prepared to take on the short delivery. Was not in control, but got the desired result, 4 runs in the end.
Yeah, so a welcome boundary to Gaston and the Pioneers. As he rightly said, he was not in control, but a welcome boundary nevertheless.
So 47 for 2. Gaston on this occasion advancing down the track, but plays in defense towards the point region. 1 run resulting. So very slow going there by the Mon Repos Pioneers in the power play, because they need at least a good power play if they are to overhaul that total of 258 for victory. Good delivery again brings Sabinas in defense, but opens the face of the bat, and it goes towards the wide gully region, and they pick up 1 run. So at this point, Joe, we're not seeing the flurry of boundaries that is required by the Mon Repos Pioneers. And we know both batters, they are capable of finding the boundary. Sabinas Emmanuel in particular, 7 from 14. And Gaston advancing down the track, clips this one off the pad, and is going to go towards the backward square region for 4. So good shot there by Sabinas, by Keon Gaston. Just clipping this one, advancing down the track. And good end to the over there by Gaston. They move on to 43 for the loss of 2 after 5.
It was a lovely shot by Gaston. He was well balanced. He had over the ball and flicking it swiftly down to the backward square leg area for 4. So it deserved 4. Beautiful shots.
But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they certainly need to try to keep up with the required rates, because at this point in time they're going at 8.6 and the required rate is 14.33. So they are still behind. So Pamphile to continue. And Sabinas Emmanuel again looking for that big booming drive. Really not seeing the ball onto the bat. Losing his shape in the process. 7 of 14. Certainly not what the Pioneers required now if they are to overhaul that total. I mean, just need to get back to ball. And this one he pushes off the pad into the mid-wicket region where Rohan Lesmore field. 1 run resulting. So Pamphile so far doing a good job for his team. 1.2 overs. He has picked up 1 for 8. Gaston again advancing down the track, but hits it firmly back to the bowler, who does a partial stop. No run resulting. So somehow the batters just unable to get the boundaries with any sort of regularity. Again advancing down the track, but good Yorker limb delivery there by Pamphile. So certainly he has been executing those Yorker limb delivery with great effect, Joseph Mouth.
Yes, he can bowl them at will, and he's one of my favorite bowlers. He's a very good bowler And as I said, he mixes deliveries a lot, and he has loads of experience. And Sabinas Emmanuel and Ken Gaston is finding it hard to really get the boundaries that they need to keep them up with the asking rate.
So Pamphile has brought to the umpire's attention that something is wrong with the ball, and he has called for a replacement.
But I found that very strange. He's bowling well, the batsman cannot get the ball away, and he is the one who's calling for a replacement ball. Very strange, eh?
Yeah, well, sir, as you did indicate, some bowlers would continue bowling with that ball as long as possible. But I think they say cricket is a gentleman's sport, and Pamphile seems to be one of the gentlemen in cricket still. So he's done the honest thing to indicate to the umpire that he has a damaged ball. But good work done there by Pamphile so far. Only conceding 9. He has picked up a valuable wicket of the captain. And the asking rate is inching closer to 15. So the Mon Repos Pioneers certainly not enjoying a good season. Last night with that power failure, and there was a match at the Mindo Philip Park where you had rain. So these are 2 games that they only came off with just 2 points, 1 point each for each of the games. So that would have worked against them to a certain degree. So change of ball, but same tight line, tight length that has been bowled by Sanjay Pamphile.
He's just a very good bowler, and I'm impressed with him. And so Sabinas Emmanuel and Kian Gaston will have to find a way to score runs, but at the moment, runs is really hard to come by.
Again, full delivery. Sabinas could only drive it straight down to the fielder. Hazel Shalry is on the long on boundary. So 3 runs coming off the second over of Sanjay Pamphile, continuing to keep things very tight.
Yeah, the Micoud Eagles are really tightening the screws there on the Mon Repos Pioneers. And as I said, the batsmen of the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will have to find a way to score runs. But at the moment, it's very hard to come by. So the Micoud Eagles, they're really in control.
So at the end of the power play, Joe, the Pioneers, they registered 46 for 2. And at the very same stage, the Micoud Eagles, they were 94 for the loss of 1.
So there is a vast difference there between the two teams after the power play. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will really have to put their feet on the accelerator if they have to get close to that 258. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they are flying high.
Like I said from earlier clock, just looking at the body language of the Pioneers, they are playing the game, but it doesn't look like their heart and soul is really into that game, knowing fully well that the result is of academic interest really to them. So just looking at the likes of Sabinas Emmanuel, 17 balls he has faced so far for just 9 runs.
But credit to the Micoud Eagles bowlers, they have bowled very well indeed.
Well, they have. And it looks like Ted Jonas is going to be introduced into the attack. First delivery wide outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. So with that, the score moves on to 47. 3 away from 50, but very slow going by especially Sabinas Emmanuel. This one shot outside the off stump, and it is banged into the cover region, and for a minute Pamphile was almost wrong-footed and had to put in that dive to his right and save 3 runs for the team. So certainly you could see the vast difference. Pamphile in the field, the sort of enthusiasm, the effort he's putting in, and with the ball as well. So certainly the Micoud Eagles, they are up for the battle this evening. same cannot be said about the Pioneers. Pushes this one into the cover region where Mulan Sami does the fill-in. 1 run resulting. So 210 runs still adrift. The Mon Repos Pioneers. And this one possibility of they've gone for the quick single. August wanted to have a throw at the non-striker's end, but Ted Jonas was in the way. But they're able to scamper through for 2. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have brought up their 50. 50 in 6.3 overs. So umpires signaling leg by. This one placed off the back foot there by Emmanuel, but straight back to the bowler Jonas, who does the fill-in. So the Pioneers, Joe, this evening they have lots of support in the stand, but they're really not firing out in the middle. This one short, going for that big expansive drive, gets the outside edge, and the ball goes down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So another fortuitous boundary there for Sabinas Emmanuel, not getting the ball to go where he really wants. He is playing the short. Certainly more balls are coming off the edge of the bat than the middle of the bat.
But he wouldn't mind. He gets 4, and the Pioneers, they are not able to pioneer a partnership, so they will want these two to really stay in and bat as long as possible.
And again, looking for that big expansive drive outside the off stump, play and a miss. So Ted Jonas being introduced into the attack. He is only considered 8 runs off his first over, 6 off the bat. So good going there by Ted Jonas.
Yeah, Ted Jonas, he's a very good bowler. He has been around for a while, and so he bowled a very good over for his team. So they will be very happy with this first over from Jonas. And the Micoud Eagles continuing to put pressure on the Mon Repos Pioneers.
So after 7, the Eagles, they were 102 for the loss of 1. And the Pioneers, they are struggling at 54 for the loss of 2. So Pamphile to continue from the southern end. And this one is clipped off the pads there by Keon Gasser. Good shot towards the mid-wicket region for 4. Mulan Sami barely had time to react, and the ball was gone past the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, a real loose delivery by Pamphile on the pads of Keon Gaston, and he played a beautiful flick shot through the mid-wicket area for 4. So good shot by Keon Gaston.
So Pamphile to continue, and this one is firmly driven but straight to Rohan Lesmore at the wide mid-on region. No run resulting. And again, good full delivery. They push in for 2. Fumble on the part of Hazel Shalry, but he's able to recover quickly enough to prevent the second. So Pamphile, after being struck for 4 in the very first ball, certainly has went back to his tight line and length.
That's the hallmark of a good bowler. He will not stray with too many deliveries. So he's back on target.
This one full on the pad. It is worked towards the wide long on region, but Ron Lesmore can't come around quickly enough to prevent two. So certainly two quick batters at the wicket. They're quick between wickets, and any opportunity given to them, they will continue half a run into one or 1.5 into two.
So good batting between the two.
And this one is driven straight over the bowler's head. One bounce into the fence for 4. So Sabinas Emmanuel in this over is getting the ball up the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that was an effortless shot played there by Sabinas Emmanuel. Ball pitching the slot, and he went through the drive and hitting it over the bowler's head for 4. So good shot by Sabinas Emmanuel, and he will want to stay there to play more of these shots.
And this one is heave over the long on boundary for 6. So certainly Sabinas Emmanuel in this over has really transformed Joseph Maff, and he has really stuck into the batter, and glorious shot to finish the over.
Yes, a massive hit there by the little man. A ball in the slot, and he went through the shot and hitting it over long on for 6. So Pamphil coming for some stick in this over, and Sabinas Emmanuel and Keon Gaston, they'll want to continue to make a game out of this one. But remember, they're chasing a big total of 258, but it is not impossible.
Yes, so a replacement ball again by the umpire, third umpire Roylin Cooper. But despite that big over of 17 runs, Joseph Mapp, the run rate requires is still 15.5.
Yeah, with Keon Gaston and Sabinas Emmanuel at the crease, it is still possible. But the Micoud Eagles, they will have other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads into the Mon Repos Pioneers batting.
So Ted Jonas to continue from the northern end. This one, Gaston looking to just lap this one. Just get the inner portion of the bat, trickles down towards the short fine leg region. 1 run resulting. So 72 the score for the loss of 2. Change of pace, and he just guides this one towards the man at points and backward points. 1 run resulting. So change of field for the left-right combination. The right-hand wing, Keon Gaston now who is on strike. And this one up in the air. Interested for a moment, but it is going to land right in front of the players' pavilion for 6. So Keon Gaston just hitting through the line of that delivery and getting 6 valuable runs for his team.
A good shot by Keon Gaston. The bowler Ted Jonas pitching that in the slot, and Keon Gaston had no second invitation. As you said, Greg Wilson playing through the line and hitting it over long off for 6. Good blow stroke there by Keon Gaston.
So Jonas and Gaston hits this one firm down to Siobhan Leo, who's on the long on boundary. Fires an awkward return back to the bowler. So just 1 run resulting. So far we have a partnership of 53 between Keon Gaston and Sabinas Emmanuel. Certainly A good partnership in the making for the Pioneers. And this one is heaved over the long on region for 6. So definitely we have seen a shift in momentum by Sabinus Emmanuel in the last 2 overs.
Yes, and we know he can hit that ball with brutal force. And he's just played an effortless shot over Whitish long on for 6. So these two will have to continue the onslaught and see how close they can reach to that 258.
Slow delivery, full outside the off stump. Sabinus play and a miss, but the wicketkeeper Ogis unable to collect cleanly, 1 by resulting. So the end of the 9th over, 87 for the loss of 2. This required rate is still 15.55.
So these two will want to bring the required rate down. But so far they have done a good job. They have put a partnership of over 50. So they will want to continue to bat as long as possible, because after them I don't think there is much batting left. And so they will want to do what is required to get to that 258, because the 12 of them are well set.
Yeah, so looking at the worms, there's still a bit of daylight between the 2 worms and the Mon Repos Pioneers. They would certainly need to continue getting a few big overs if the worms are to get anywhere close to each other. But it looks like Kyron Phillip, first over, he considered some 15 runs, did pick up a wicket. He'll be bowling to Sabinus Emmanuel, who is on 33. Certainly he has really transformed in the last few overs. This one wide outside the off stump, but he plays it towards the backward point region where Ron Lesmore field 1 run resulting. So certainly the Mon Repos Pioneers would want to go into the break without any further loss, then reassess what is required. But it is still a daunting task. Still requires 15.6, 9 and over. And they are currently going at 9.6, which is not a bad strike rate. Change of pace. This one is played towards the backward point region where it looks like Siobhan Leo fires at the stump, hoping to effect a run out. So 59. It was actually 90, sorry. Philip to continue. So good over so far by Kyron Phillip. 3 singles. And what we have realized, Joseph Mav, that a lot of the bowlers have used those change-up deliveries to great effect this evening.
Yeah, that's the right way to bowl on this pitch.
And this one is firmly driven there by Keon Gasso, but finds Rohan Lesmore on the long off boundary, 1 run resulting. So 4 singles so far by Kyron Phillip. And it has gotten the required rate now to over 16. Another change of delivery there. So certainly not providing the sort of pace that Sabina Simanuel would require to muscle it over the boundary. But he's pretty much contented in just pushing it around, getting the ones. So 5 singles so far. So you would want to end the over hopefully without conceding a boundary. Final delivery before the break.
And it has passed my bedtime, Greg Wilson. I can barely open my eyes.
This one full outside the off stump, driven firmly towards the point region. Fumble on the boundary, and they're coming back for a second possibility of a run out. Good run in there by Keon Gaston. Completes the second run. So 94 for the loss of 2 after 10. So we're gonna do a quick comparison there, Joseph Muff. Looking at the Micoud Eagles when they batted. After 10, they were 149. So they are 43 runs adrift, and they have lost 1 additional wicket.
Yeah, so the Micoud Eagles, they are clearly ahead. So Sabina Simanuel and Keon Gaston, they have done a good job, but they will need to really up the tempo after the break to get close to that 258.
Yes. So in the Mon Repos inning, the top scorer so far, Sabina Simanuel, 36 of 41. Gaston, he is not out as well, 30 from 18. John Benjamin, 14 from 10. But they pick up the bowlers for the Eagles would be Karen Phillip, who has picked up 2. He has picked up now 1 for 21, for 22, sorry, of 2. Pamphil has picked up 1 for 27 of 3. And Siobhan Leo, he has bowled 3 overs. Has not picked up a wicket, but going for just 19 runs. So at this stage, the players are having a break. We too are going to have a drinks break, and we're going to resume in a short while. So welcome back to the Lastic ground, where we are witnessing the reply of the Mon Repos Pioneers. They're in search of 258, but it's certainly a very daunting task. They need a further 164 of 60 deliveries. So we're at the halfway stage at a required rate of 16.4. So with me is Joseph Marv. Joseph Marv certainly does not look good for the Mon Repos Pioneers at this stage.
It will take a miracle for them to get to that 258.
And looks like Siri is into the attack. So one more to the total. Moves on to 95. So this one is firmly driven back past the bowler. But it has raced into the boundary for 4. This one certainly came off the middle of the bat, Joseph Map, and it went very quickly.
So they will need to hit a few more 4s, a few more 6s in order to get to that 258. But they have really recovered well, a good partnership between the two. And they will have to continue until the end.
This one is clipped towards the backward square region where Fabfield is the fielder. Just 1 run resulting. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, the inching closer to 199 for the loss of 2. So this brings Sabina Simanuel on strike. This one is short and he pulls it towards the wide mid-wicket region. Mulan Sami does the fielding. 1 run resulted, so the Pioneers unable to find the boundaries with the sort of regularity that is required at this stage. And this one is clipped off the pad, but poor bit of fielding there by Ted Jonas. This one just went right through him for 4. Certainly not supporting the bowler. But the good thing for the Micoud Eagles, they do have that sort of cushion, so a few mistakes here and there will not really hurt them.
Yeah, bad miss by Jonas. But Keon Gaston and the Mon Repos Pioneers will be happy with this boundary. And as I said earlier on, they will have to continue hitting boundaries as often as possible to get close to that 258. But at the moment, the Micoud Eagles, they are in control.
Again, this one on the pads of Gaston. Clips it towards the square leg region where Pamphil does the fielding. Just 1 run, so this brings the end of the 11th over. 205 for the loss of 2.
So, Sabina Simanuel, Keon Gaston, they really trying to stage a fight back. But as we said, it's a very big total, and they are behind the 8 ball, and they will need 2 or 3 big overs to really put them back into the game.
After the over, the score 105 for 2.
So we'll see the introduction of spin. Hazel Shalry certainly had good figures against the South Castries Lions. I think he picked up some 6 wickets. 5 it was. And this one, first ball was greeted by Gaston. Short, wide outside the awesome. And he just heaved this one over the long off boundary for 6.
And on the 5 wickets that he got, I think Pamphil took around 6 catches or 5 catches on the long of boundary. But
yeah,
this time
he took six wickets. Pamphil had 5 catches out of those 6 wickets he took.
All right.
Shot again, and this one is played towards the long off region where Pamphil does the filling. So certainly Hazel Shari has ensured he has Pamphil in the very position where he took most of the catches for him.
Yes, but it's different opposition. And Kian Gaston and Sabinas Emmanuel, they are well set. And I don't think Shalby will get the kind of success that he got against the South Coast Lions, who really threw their wickets away.
So Sabinas on strike. And this one, looking to swipe at this one. Really losing his ship in the process.
So it's going to be Challery, 2 balls, 2 Gaston. He bowls 2 Gaston. Delivery outside the off stump and place it into the mid-off area. Pamphil does the fielding and they go through for a single.
So Hazel Shari, after conceding 6 runs off the very first delivery in the over, he has not considered any further boundaries and he would want to look to end the over. But Sabinas certainly would have their different ideas and looking to heave across the line, and the off spin, the ball is going across him. So not the best shot selection there for Sabinas Emmanuel.
He should have tried and played in the V.
And this one, again, given a bit of flight. So good end to the over there by Hazel Shari to finish with 2 dot balls. Only conceding 9 after being struck for 6 in the very sports ball.
Good comeback there by Hazel Shalry in the over. And he was able to keep the batsman quiet with his last 3 deliveries. So the captain of the Micoud, Mervyn Wells, will be very happy with this first over from Hazel Shalry. But Gaston and Sabinas Emmanuel, they are not dying, they are giving a fight, they are fighting all the way, and so they will see how close they can get to that 258. But it's a tall order, and they will have to really bat out of the skins to get to that 258.
So Syria looks like it's going to continue from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Gaston, who's on 48, 2 away, shy of a half century. And this one is heaved straight back past the bowler, and that will bring up his half century. It has gone all the way for 6. He moves on to 54. So good strike there by Keon Gaston.
Good shot by Gaston. The ball was pitching his slot and he went through with the shot. So that gives you an indication of how good the wicket is. And he that high over the bowler's head for 6.
So 54 of 26 with 5 fours and 3 sixes, going at a strike rate of 207.
And from Mon Repos Pioneers' point of view, they will want the 2 to stay there to really give them an opportunity to get to that 258. But it's a long way off.
Seria to continue. And this one is played towards the extra cover region. That ball is fired in. A wild bit of cricket there. It was only 1. And just find that ball in, not a good throw into the wicketkeeper and conceding an additional run.
Yeah, the Micoud Eagles a little ragged at the moment, but as you said, they can afford to, give a few runs because they have a good total. But you can never tell. These two, they are really going great guns. And so we're having a good little match on our hands.
Shot outside the off stump, played to Charles again, who's on the boundary on this occasion. Just lobs this one into the keeper, Ogis. So this brings Sabinus Emmanuel on strike, who's 38 from 46. So Sabinus Emmanuel really slow going this evening by him.
Yeah, but the important thing is he's still there.
This one wide down the leg side. Wide signal by umpire. So Sabinus Emmanuel in his knock of 44. 3 4s and 2 6s, just a strike rate of 105. So really uncharacteristic of Sabinus Emmanuel. The Gaston came in at 4 and has already gotten a half century. So certainly not the sort of frantic pace we know he's capable of batting.
Yes, so Sabinus Emmanuel, yes, those slow going back by him, but he can accelerate at any time. And Kian Gaston has played a very good knock.
So the asking rate now, it has jumped up to 18 runs and over. And they are only going at 9.95. So this one is firmly driven to the man at the wide long on. Siobhan Leo. But the Mon Repos Pioneers certainly, Joe, this evening, the Eagles have really put a stronger hold on them.
Yes, the Eagles have played the better crickets, and the Mon Repos Pioneers will want to give a good account of themselves, as they have to set batsmen out there in the middle, so they will want to get close to that 258.
This one down the leg side, and good take there by the wicketkeeper Dominic Ogis.
Seeing Ogis is looking a bit disappointed. Probably Sabinus Emmanuel was out of his ground for a moment, but he didn't knock the bills off.
So Emmanuel is going just a little over, run a ball 48 from 47. And this one, he clips this. Well, it was a slog sweep actually, and it has traveled distance. The umpire have signaled 4. So good end to the over there by Emmanuel, moving the total to 132 for the loss of 2 after 13. Just 7 overs required for, and they still require 126 runs.
Yeah, so it is a big ask, but as we know, the stranger things has happened in cricket, and Sabinus Emmanuel, he's well set. Kian Gaston has played a gem of an innings, and they will want to continue batting until the end of the 20th over.
Well, after 13, the Micoud Eagles, they were 89 for the loss of 1. So they would have been 57 run ahead at this very same points. And this one is up in the air and is going to travel a long way over the structure where we are onto the park next side. So a long hit there by Sabinus, by Keon Gaston. Shot wide outside the off stump by Hazel.
Magnificent shot by Keon Gaston. A short delivery, and it just hits it over the bowler's head and over our head here at the media end for welcome 6. So Sabinus Emmanuel, Keon Gaston, they are not going down without a fight.
Yes, certainly, and these two, they have put on 111 of 59. Keon Gaston has done the bulk of the scoring, 64, and Sabinus Emmanuel has contributed 48.
So the Pioneers, they have pioneered themselves to a very good partnership, and they will want to continue.
Shalry to continue. This one short, and this one is firmly struck towards the long on boundary, and Kyron Phillip was in danger, although he was that far from the bat. The ball really traveled very quickly towards him.
And Keon Gaston really has changed gears now, and a 6 and a 4 in this over so far, and his Shalry is under some pressure.
And this one again firmly driven towards Lesmore on the long off boundary. 1 run result in 150 on 43, sorry, for the loss of 2. So some 11 runs off the over, and certainly the crowd is urging the Mon Repos team, the Mon Repos Pioneers, to continue the fight, continue taking the fight to them. And this one plays off the back foot into the extra cover region where Sammy is slow to react. That is Mullen Sammy, and able to scamper through for 2. So like I said, these two are very quick between wickets, and any opportunity given to them, the extra run will be taken.
A very good run in between the two.
Chip down, and this one he has heaved it over the long on region for 6. So certainly these two have decided that they're going to take the attack to Hazel Shalry. And his 1.5 has gotten some 28. So Sabinus Emmanuel with that last shot has brought up 50. He has gotten 50 of 4 4s and 3 6s. This one loose down the leg side. Looking to heave this one towards the backward square region. Ball came off the bottom edge of the bats, but 1 run resulting. So they have also brought up the 150. Sabinus Emmanuel on 51 from 41. And the Mon Repos Pioneers after 14, 152 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, so they are ready. They are really putting their feet on the accelerator right now. And the Micoud Eagles under a little pressure, but they're still ahead. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want Keon Gaston and Sabinus Emmanuel to remain there until the 20th over and to see how close they can get to that 258.
So at this very same stage, the Micoud Eagles, they were 191 for the loss of 3. So Ted Jonas to continue. So certainly we could hear the fans encouraging the players, let's go boys. Still have They believe that they could pull this one off, but the required rate 17.67. They are going at a healthy rate of 10, but the asking rate with that just one dot ball, Joe, it has gone up to 18 now.
Yes, it's a very big ask, and they will really want to push on to get close to 18.
This one is carved over the cover points region for 4. So provided the whiff, and Sabinas Emmanuel really throw the bat at it and get in 4 valuable runs for his team.
And as you know, Ted Jonas and Sabinas Emmanuel, they know each other very well. They are from the same area, Mon Repos. And so Sabinas Emmanuel will know how to handle him. So a welcome boundary there for Sabinas Emmanuel and the Mon Repos Pioneers.
So it looked like the last shot has brought about a change in the field. Palm field has been dropped on the, while he was on the boundary initially, he's been brought into the 40-yard circle, and Siobhan Leo is asked to go towards the extra cover boundary. Outside Yosaman is ball, playing across the line on this occasion, and Ted Jonas is the one having the last laugh. Sabinas Emmanuel have been castle on this occasion, looking for a maximum but playing across the line.
And you can see the camaraderie there between Ted Jonas and Sabinas Emmanuel as he was bowled there, and as he was passing close to Ted Jonas just gave him a little touch on the body. So a good wicket to get there for the Micoud Eagles, and the Pioneers, they lose a very important wicket of Sabinas Emmanuel.
Yes, so Sabinas Emmanuel getting 55 or 44 and 5 fours and 3 sixes. So the incoming batsman is Craig Emmanuel. Another experienced batter, but certainly it looks like one of those was not in form as well, because he has not scored any significant runs for the team for this season.
And who knows, tonight might be his turn to get some runs.
Well, with 5.3 overs left, it does not give him enough time to get sufficient run to take his team over the line. He will really have to bat out of his skin if he has to pull out a victory for his team there this evening. And this one, full ball. Craig Emmanuel playing across the line there, and he has comprehensively bowled. So certainly this one, Joe, I thought at the last moment they may have dipped on him, because for a minute I thought it was above the waist until I saw it hit the stump. So Craig Emmanuel missing out on a full ball, and Ted Jonas 2 from 2.
Yes, and I think that's the end of the season for Craig Emmanuel, and Ted Jonas has struck another blow in this over, his second wicket, and the Micoud Eagles, they have put their claws on another prey, and they will devour once more. So good cricket by the Micoud Eagles. They have played the better cricket, and they will be deserved winners.
So just looking at the points table quickly there, the Pioneers, they are at the bottom of the table, and certainly this would be the last game this evening, and they are only on 5 points. So irrespective of whether they had won the game or not this evening, the most they could have gone up to would have been 8, and they already have 4 teams ahead of them. So as I did indicate, that game would have been of academic interest for the Mon Repos team, but certainly they are certainly going to finish at the bottom of the table this year. So they'll have to go back to the drawing boards and come better next year. But the Eagles, they are the one having the better of the exchange, and Ted Jonas, he's on a hat trick, and I think they perhaps should have given Ted Jonas a bit more support, because the required rate is what, 19.12, at least for one delivery. Give him a bit of support, see if he can pick up a hat trick.
Well said.
And this one is firmly pushed into the covers, quick runs. So Cody Fontenelle is off the mark. This brings Keon Gaston on strike. He's on 69.
Keon Gaston has an opportunity to score 100, Greg Wilson?
Yeah, well, 41 runs away. It is still possible with some 40 deliveries left, 5 overs remaining. It is possible. So with at the end of 15, the Mon Repos Pioneers 157 for the loss of 4, and the required rate now has jumped to 20.20.
Yeah, so it is a monumental task there for the Mon Repos Pioneers, and with the loss of Sabinas Emmanuel, it will be even more difficult for them to get to that 258.
So, Kyron Phillip is coming back into the attack. A bit on the expensive side. He's going at 11 and over. But he has picked up a wicket. He got the wicket of Benjamin. So still 5 overs remaining, and 6 minutes short of midnight. Good delivery outside the off stump, full length. Fontenelle unable to put back to ball. Change of pace, and Fontenelle a swing and a miss. So Fontenelle really looking to swing for the hills, but change of pace, can't put back to ball.
Yeah, and so he hit a day too early.
Another change of pace again. So Fontenelle certainly not enjoying the better of the exchange out there. Looking to swing at everything. But as you did indicate, he is way too early.
And as I said, that's the best way to bowl on this pitch, because it's a true pitch. And if you bowl at the same pace, the batsman will just play through the line. But with the change of pace, they're really up against it.
So 3 dot balls so far in the over. And this one a bit fuller. Pamphil on the coming across to the extra cover region. Does the fielding. 1 run result in. Most importantly, Keon Gaston would be on strike. 69 of 43. Gaston.
So exactly 100 runs to get.
Gaston advancing down the track, but again Philip looking to bowl a full length outside the off stump and very effective on this occasion.
Good over so far from Philip.
Final delivery of the over. He would want to close this over on a good note. At least not concede any boundary. Slow delivery, even to Keon Gaston was the well set batsman. He's able to fox him as well. So good bowling there by Philip. 2 runs been considered in the over, but 1 alone off the bat. And the 1 was a bye, so good, excellent 16th over.
Good over by Kyron Philip. Really mixing up the deliveries, and the batsman playing too early and could not really get him off the square. So the Eagles continue to tighten the screws there on the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Yeah, so just a quick look at the 2 homes. At no point in time, Joe, did the 2 homes meet. And if they did not meet early on in the inning, it's going to take a lot with a required rate of over 20 now for these 2.
Yeah, really and truly, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are really down and out in this game, and the Micoud Eagles, they're really in control.
So the required rate now 24.75, and looking for that big heave there. Keon Gaston a bit disgusted with himself that he did not put this ball to the boundary. Now he rehearses that he perhaps should have played straight back past the bowler, but went across the line and got a inside edge. So this brings Cody Fontenelle into play now. And his ball playing across the line, and it looked like it was a pace of delivery. Again, he was into the shot way early before the ball had arrived. So good intelligent bowling there by Ted Jonas.
Yeah, after the previous over by Kyron Philip was very economical. Ted Jonas following up now with the first delivery to Cody Fontenelle and having in clean bowls. So the Micoud Eagles, again, they have put their claw on another prey, and they will devour that prey. So good cricket being played by the Micoud Eagles, and they're really on top and steamrolling all over the Mon Repos Pioneers.
So they have lost their 5th wicket. Still some 98 runs adrift. So this brings in McDonald to the crease. The current rate 9.8. And the required rate 26.73. So the writing has been on the wall for the longest while. Fat Lady have been singing. I think she even needs a drink of water now. A good first delivery there by Ted Jonas. Looking to sneak in that Yorker there, but ball getting the inside edge onto the pad. And able to go through for a single. So Keon Gaston still 40 runs adrift. Joe St. Marfan, if he has to get those 30 runs, he has to go helter-skelter from now. And this one is clipped over the backward square region for 4. So Keon Gaston is still taking the fight to the Micoud Eagles.
Yeah, probably well he heard you, and he played a beautiful shot of his pass there down to the boundary for 4.
So still requires an additional 26 runs if he is to get to that 3-figure mark. Still enough deliveries left in the innings to do so, but he needs to have as much of the strike as possible. And this one is struck straight back past the bowler, but there's a fielder who is placed straight back. It looks like Hazel Shalry. Just 1 run resulting. So Ted Jonas has aborted his run up. .166 for 5. Final delivery in the 17th over. And this one is played towards the short mid-wicket region. The fielder unable to stop it cleanly. But 1 run resulting, so 17 overs completed. 167 for 5.
It would always be a struggle for the Mon Repos Pioneers because they didn't get the start that they wanted from John Benjamin and Sabina Emmanuel, and so they are really struggling at the moment. But the Micoud Eagles, they are really in charge of this game, and it's just a matter of time before they pull out a victory.
Yes, so some 18 deliveries left in the inning. Still 91 runs adrift. You're looking at 40 runs and over. So it would have to be a really bad bowling for them to be able to pull off that victory. So certainly the Eagles, they are going to be enjoying a good victory. Both teams from the same area. And this one full, and it has gone past the keeper, Dominic August. You did indicate it has passed your bedtime. Might be past August's bedtime, and he has fallen asleep behind the stump. But this one passed close enough to him and went down to the boundary. So it takes a bit of concentration at this point in time from everyone.
After scoring 99, so he had a lot of running to do too, so he's a bit tired.
And McDonald advancing down the track. A swing and a miss, but they're able to scamper through for a bye. So it's important that Keon Gaston is back on strike. Still 25 runs away. Still possible to get those 25 runs. And advances down the track. Plays this one towards the wide mid-wicket region, and Merlan Sami has made a hash of this one, and this one just dribbled into the boundary. So Joe, it looks like quite a few of the players are falling asleep on the field.
Yes, and a bad miss there by the player, and Philip was not happy, but as you said, they can afford a few mishaps because they are well ahead and in charge of this game. But it's really getting late, and you know, people, you cannot fault people if they are getting asleep.
And Gaston down the track. The bowler Philip goes wide, and wide signal by the umpire. So certainly somebody is awake out there. 77 for the loss of 5.
Karen Philip looks like the South Coast Tourism captain from afar. Shalmine.
Well, almost. Yeah, there's some similarities. And this one is heaving to the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So Keon Gaston, he moves into the 80s now. 83, 17 runs away from 100. So still 14 deliveries left to get 17 runs for Keon Gaston. I think they could. Advances down the track. This one is up in the air. Who wants it? It might fall into safe area. It does. Oh, possibility of a run out. And McDonald, they are questioning who's going to be run out at this point. The players are suggesting that Keon be the one, but McDonald has continued walking towards the dugout. I think Keon Gaston would be safe. But fortunate for Keon Gaston, that ball went high in the air, but dropped perfectly between three players that was converging.
Yeah, so Keon Gaston has the opportunity to score his 100. And so he will be very happy if he can get to three figures, because Ogis, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Micoud Eagles, he reached 99 and fell short by 1 run. So Ogis will want to get 100.
So the players are still pointing out to the umpire. They felt Keon Gaston should have been the one to have been given out. But Keon Gaston was pretty much close to the umpire, so the umpire would have been in a good enough position to have seen that they had already crossed. So still 14 deliveries left. Well, he won't be on strike, so he possibly may have 12 deliveries to get to 100. So 17 runs required for Keon Gaston to get to that magic figure. And looks like Natram looking to pull this one into the mid-wicket. Ball will have gotten to him a bit faster than he anticipated. Just dribble into the short cover region, no run resulting. So I think this is exactly what the Pioneers would have wanted. Either 2 or 4 or a dot ball. In that case, so that Keon Gaston would have been on strike at the commencement of the next over.
Yes, and Keon Gaston will want to get to 100, but the Micoud Eagles will want to deny him. So let's see what will happen.
So Gaston, 83 from 42, 9 4s and 4 60s. He's going at a strike rate of 197. So Gaston is on strike. 17 runs away. And this one, he heaves it. It's going to go all the way. Looks like into the cemetery for 6. So this is one of the biggest sixes we have seen from Gaston. And suddenly, it moves him closer. He moves on to 86 now. No, 89, sorry. 89. So 11 runs away. So 2 maximum certainly could take him over the line.
A good shot by Gaston with the reintroduction of Leo. A ball on about middle and leg. And Gaston played that with style over the middle wicket for 6. Effortless shot by Keon Gaston.
So Gaston, 11 runs short of his 100. So he needs 11. Still 11 deliveries left in the inning. So 2 maximum certainly can get him there. Possible that he could bring up his 100 in the next 2 deliveries. Certainly. Leo to continue. And this one, short ball. Good fiery delivery there. Looking for that cross-batted shot, but that ball was in the hands of the keeper very quickly.
Yes, no fast bowler likes to be hit for 6. And that's a typical fast bowler's response after being hit for 6. Fast rising delivery. And Keon Gaston was really outfoxed there by Leo.
And this one, advancing down the track. And he's Pete Dimon. Disappointed that he was not able to deposit this one into the cemetery again. Similar ball, but he missed out on this occasion.
And Leo is considered to be very lucky not to be put into the cemetery again.
This one advancing down the track. And another quick delivery there. Back up a length by Siobhan Leo, really not bringing that ball up in the slot for Keon Gaston.
Yeah, Leo, an experienced bowler. He's really keeping them, Keon Gaston, very quiet now.
So 4 deliveries gone in the over. We've had a hat-trick of dot balls. And this one is driven towards the extra cover region. They've gone for 1, finger number 2nd. Mulan Sami does the fill-in, 1 run resulting. So Keon moves into 90 now with 1 delivery left. I think David Nitram, would have to swing for the heels because you really want Keon Gaston on strike. So it's either 2 or a boundary. Certainly he does not want a single at this stage of the game. Gaston needs to be on strike for the last over. And swing and a miss, short delivery again. So at the end of the 19th over, 6 deliveries left. Gaston needs 10 more for 100.
It's possible that he can get that 10 of the last over. And it will be a very good 100 if he gets it. But the Micoud Eagles, they will want to deny him. And they will want to bowl a tight over so that he will not be able to get his 100.
So the equation, 6 deliveries left. And Keon Gaston needs 10 runs. So we saw Ogis fell short, agonizing short over 100 by 1. And Keon Gaston really requires 10 more.
I think with Hazel Shalvey into the attack, I think Keon Gaston will be fancying his chances of getting to that 100.
Yes, certainly Hazel Shalvey, not one of those bowlers who afraid of giving the ball air. I think Keon Gaston would very much welcome this opportunity to deposit him over the long on or long off boundary for a few maximums. So stage is well set. Keon Gaston in search of 10 additional runs to get to his 100. And this one wide outside the off stump. And actually no ball signal by the umpire. So Keon Gaston, the cricket gods are smiling on him. Free hit into the 90s. And this one is up in the air. It will travel for 6. So this takes him to 96. So with 5 deliveries still left in the over to get 4 runs. Certainly should be on the cards. I don't think Kian Gaston will want to do a Dominic Ogis.
Yes, and as I saw Shalwi, I knew he would get his century.
And this one up and over on 6. And this is the 100 there by Kian Gaston. Superb knock by the young man. He have had a few starts in the tournament, but finally coming good on the last game for the Pioneers.
Although coming a bit too late, but a good century for the young man, and that will do him good for the rest of the season. But the Micoud Eagles, they are still on top, and they will be the victorious team at the end of the 20 overs.
Kian Gaston, 9 fours and 7 sixes, 204 his strike rate. And this one is up in the air. Chance for him to be dismissed, and it is dropped. Serie coming there a bit too lackadaisical, and this one dropping the simplest of catches.
Charlie will not be happy.
And this one is up in the air and well over the long on boundary for 6. So usually that's what happens, Joe. After a drop catch, the next ball more times than not tends to disappear for 6, and this is exactly what happened.
And Kian Gaston really putting the pressure there on Hazel Shalwi after he was dropped the previous delivery. Now he has hit him for a mighty 6 over wideish long on. So Kian Gaston, although he will be on the losing team in this game, but he has done justice to himself by scoring 100.
And this one is firmly driven back past the bowler for 4. So Kian Gaston really pulling his boots in the last over there. Some 22 runs has come off the bats, and we still have 1 delivery left.
And Hazel Shalwi really under a lot of pressure in this last over, and Gaston really in full swing.
And this one again is pumped over the wide long on region for 6. So in this over, we've had 4 maximums struck by the Micoud Eagles, by the Pioneers. Gaston, that is. So Micoud Eagles, they won by 40 runs against them. So just looking at the match summary there very quickly. The Micoud Eagles, they batted first. They amassed 257 points. The main contributor was Dominic Ogis. Fell agonizingly short of 199 of 41 balls. You had Charles contributed 47 of 27, and Lesmore 53 of 21. The pick of the bowlers was Lesmore, who picked up 4 for 45. Sabina Simanuel 1 for 44, and Descat 1 for 46. And in the reply, Mon Repos, the main contributor was Kian Gaston, 180 not out of 54 balls. Sabina Simanuel 55 of 44. And John Benjamin got 14 of 10 for the Micoud Eagles. Serie, he picked up 2 for 42. Pamphil, 1 for 27. And Ted Jonas, 1 for 29. So in the end, the Micoud Eagles, they were able to pull off a victory by 44 runs. Joseph Marv, in the end, it turned out to be very exciting, but that daunting total of 257 was always a big ask for the Pioneers.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, it will take a partnership between John Benjamin and Sabina Simanuel to give them a chance to reach to that 258. But the Micoud Eagles, they played the better cricket, and they would deserve to be winners.
So at this stage, we want to wrap up our commentary on this end. So on behalf of our Joe and Map and our technical team, we say thank you, but we're going to have the post-match presentation in a short while. So stay tuned. Good evening and welcome to the post-match ceremony. Presenting for us tonight is Johan Williams, West Indies Junior Panel umpire, cricket coach, and cricket enthusiast. We have with us the two captains. First, Shadrach Descat. Commiserations, Shadrach. Was tough going for you all. Your opinion on the game this evening?
Definitely tough on the eye. We didn't show up today, and in the end, the results showed for itself.
And last night, the power outage really did not help you all with just getting 1 point.
It definitely didn't help. It's out of our control. At the end of the day, we're here to play cricket, and we'd have loved to play the game last night. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's out of our control.
Tough luck and better luck next year.
Okay.
Moving. Congratulations on moving. Well played this evening. Your opinion on what transpired tonight? We move back on ball.
Well, it was a good toss to win. I said to the dressing room earlier, we get a chance to bat first. We had to score a target of over 200 because I know Mon Repos is a very tough team. I don't want to lead them out when it's come to cricket. We get to the 200 and I told my bowlers that we had to bowl tight and try to restrict them under the 200.
Now your line is second place, possibility of getting up to 15 points. 1 game left tomorrow. How we all feel about the possibility?
Well, hopefully we're pretty confident coming in tomorrow after that target today. We're going to approach the game tomorrow the same way, same vibe, same speed.
Best of luck. One of the match for this evening, we had some notable performances. Cody Emmanuel, 4 wickets for 45 runs. We had Kieran Gaster, 118 not out. But we felt that Dominic Ogi's first knock of 99 and really setting up the platform for his team to get to 257. We noted him as the man of the match. Dominic. Dominic had luck of not getting the 100, but what really happening with nervous 90s?
Yeah, you could say that. I think I just got in my shell. But you know, cricket is like that. Cricket doesn't owe the game anything, anybody. So it's just to learn from the experience and do better next time.
And on the whole, how did the wicket play?
Well, I find the wicket was a traditional grizzly wicket. Kudos to the groundsman. It played well, carried well. So it was just once the ball was in my area, I just backed myself.
Okay, Dominic, all the best. Well done again. So this comes to the end of the post-match presentation.